Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of the 2025 ZORA Festival Academic Conference. And it has been a whirlwind, and we're really excited about today's program. My name is Scott French. I'm an associate professor of digital and public history at UCF, and I'm the chair of the academics committee, which puts this wonderful event together. And today, we're excited because one of our goals has been to get more students involved. And this year, we're able to have this 2-hour poster session that brings 2 groups of students together. I'll introduce my students later, but we'll have a group of students from my digital and public history graduate seminars. But first, we're going to have students who have been working with Professor Chad Jones from the University of Florida's CityLab Orlando program, and he'll tell you a bit about what the work that they've been doing. I'll just say I had a sneak preview in December of their work, and it was so exciting. And so we discussed this there and built that in, and I hope we can keep this going because this is how it should be. We should all be sharing our work, and so I'm going to hand it over to Professor Jones.
Thank you, Dr. French. Good morning, everyone. I cannot tell you how excited I am to be here. My name is Chad Jones. I am a professor at the University of Florida Graduate School of Architecture at the CityLab program here in Orlando. And I'm also a practicing architect. So I am a principal at Harvard Jolly PBK, specialized in education design. And I've been in Orlando for about 11 years now, and part of some of my early experiences was attending the ZORA Festival. So I knew of Eatonville, I knew of the festival, I knew of ZORA's impact, and it comes full circle. I got the opportunity to teach within the program, and my studio is community design for graduate level students. And when I first started the studio, I thought, what a better place. Well, you can't have a better place to study community design. And so that has been the focus. I've done this for 2 semesters now. Unfortunately, we weren't able to connect last year, but this year I got a great group of students to come in and really show some energy and some excitement and some ideas that I think will be very beneficial to the city of Eatonville and all the energy that is surrounding it. Each of the students that will be able to present will show you their project, but just kind of give you a framework of what the studio was centered around. It's not just a design project. So what you'll see is some design solutions. Again, they're architecture students, so the ideas that they present, well thought out, realistic projects. But there was also a program component to it. So we spent the first part of the semester studying Eatonville. We did a walking tour. We've talked with the residents just to get understanding of, okay, what are the actual needs? And so part of the project isn't just presenting a design solution, but also a program. So each of the programs are going to be slightly different based on the students' interpretation of what the community needs. So our first project, unfortunately, the students could not attend with us today because of work obligations, so I'm going to present their project for them. This was done by Carla and Gabriel, and their focus was actually on I-4. And for you, the designers in the room, you can understand the history that highway projects have had on historically Black communities, Eatonville being no different. And so that one of the things that they honed in on was the effect and the impact of I-4 on the community. I mean, even as, I don't know how many of you have come to Eatonville often, but a lot of times you don't even go to the west side of I-4 just because of how dominant that presence of I-4 is. And so one of the things they wanted to hone in on, okay, is the historic impact, the historic relevance of that sort of move, and they studied not just Eatonville, but how that affected other communities throughout the country, Eatonville being one of them. Another important aspect of their project, and the reason why we're sitting here today, is the ZORA Festival. And wanted to see if we can merge those 2 ideas. And so they looked at I-4, and you'll see some different images of that. But as you know, and if you got off of I-4 today, you know that portion of Kennedy is closed off, but the other portion is not. And so the central theme behind that idea is, how do we bridge both sides of Eatonville, specifically for the festival? And so that's what they centered on. So their project was a little different. I warned them at first because they had a grand gesture in what they wanted to do. So I knew this might get met with some criticism because of the bold nature of it. But I thought there was a lot of merit in what they were trying to propose. So if you see kind of I-4 in some of the images, you'll see that it has a certain dominance. So part of the idea is to connect the activity along Kennedy during the festival and bring it to the opposite side. So part of that program to anchor the other side of Kennedy is an arts studio, an arts festival. That is a permanent installation where local artists, the community can come in. There will be meeting rooms, there will be gathering spaces, there will be art galleries, and all of that would help support the activities and events of the ZORA Festival. And again, one of the dominant things that you see in this presentation, they were calling them trees, and there's a certain resemblance to them. And we went back and forth on what the look and what kind of presence those large-scale monumental art pieces would have. But the idea behind this is taking that concept of the highway, I-4, and reversing it. So now as people drive through I-4, now you see these nice, beautiful canopies, and there'll be interest drawn to you. So there'll be opportunities to do large-scale branding, graphics, artwork, and all of that will be visible from I-4, particularly at night. And if you get a chance after the presentations, we'll stay around and we'll have the posters so you can see firsthand and ask questions about the different things. But particularly in this image, as you drive down I-4, you see these beautiful tree structures that will draw your attention into Eatonville. And then again, activating the space and all of that being tied into the ZORA Festival. So this is our first project. Like I said, I wanted to, allow, because they're not able to be here, I did think it was important to show their work because I think this is an important concept that could work and for Eatonville. So with that, I'm going to introduce Allison for our next presentation.
Hi there, everybody. Real quick, we're going to do a reset, get some new boards up for you all to look at. Briefly, my name is Allison Green. I worked last semester with my studio partner, Sean Nimmons, who also had some work obligations and family travel, so he was not able to make it. But this is a project that we both were very passionate about and are really excited to get to put before you today and talk to you about. Eatonville is a community so rich in history, and you'll see across all of these projects how everybody finds a way to acknowledge the community and celebrate it in their own unique interpretation, like the professor was talking about. Although I don't think one of those is mine. That's not a me board. Yeah. No, you're all good. But yeah, for today, my project is addressing the Kennedy Boulevard district as a main street boulevard idea and how we can engage the street to invigorate some new energy while acknowledging the past. So with that walking tour that we started the semester with, Sean and I both noticed that there is a lot of open lots along Kennedy Boulevard. You'll notice that we've highlighted these vacancies as opportunities to reintroduce businesses, economic drivers, and places for people to gather to celebrate their community as a part of the Kennedy Boulevard rather than celebrating within their more residential home elements. So one of the sites that we observed and really wanted to look into is the vacant lots adjacent to the Club Eaton building. Club Eaton is a famous musical club, a part of the Chitlin Circuit, known for its artist venue with big names such as Aretha Franklin, B.B. King, and Duke Ellington. And the club opened back in 1946, but it closed not too long ago in 2008. And since that time, the building itself has fallen into disrepair. A lot of our introductory research was spent talking with Malcolm Jones, who is an architect tasked with the rebuilding and reimagining of the Club Eaton building. So in talking to him, we learned a lot about the current state of the project. It has been in such a state of disrepair, there's really nothing of the building that we can reuse, but the idea behind this project is we want to maintain the identity of the club by keeping the footprint as well as the essence of the building. So in our walking tour, we noticed that the porch is a very important conceptual idea in the community of Eatonville. It's how people engage with one another and share their stories. So we wanted to take a look at Kennedy Boulevard and introduce this concept of a porch. How do you bring people from out of their cars onto the sidewalk and into your project? So what we proposed with the Club Eaton project is a musical venue that, while not a nightclub anymore, is a more intimate concert venue that gets to celebrate your local artists, while also introducing public market spaces as well as support spaces for these music programs. So you'll see we've got the Club Eaton concert hall with images depicting what a venue event sort of looks like. And in addition to that, any artists who are performing in this space have the opportunity to stay in transient housing. So we're not running buses, creating noise for the community who lives just south of this lot, as well as a recording studio space that doubles as a practice space as well as a resource for the community to begin engaging with music, honing those skills, and even with the neighbors, the Church of Macedonia, an opportunity to record maybe a Christmas choir album. So you'll see we've got our final images of what that reimagined corner at Kennedy Boulevard looks like, with Club Eaton refurbished and this public market available to the community. And we just kind of look forward to what the future might hold for Eatonville as this grander idea. And it's all very exciting and wonderful to get to share a part of this experience with everyone. Thank you.
Our next project, Darren Brown can't be with us today, but again, I want to give you a brief synopsis of his project because I believe it's also very important. For those who are not from the community, if you've heard of Eatonville, you've heard of the Hungerford site. And we know that is a very, very important site to the history and the fabric of Eatonville and how it's developed over the years. And so that was something that Darren honed in on right away. He wanted to make sure that the site, the Hungerford site, was returned to the educational function that was traditional and foundational to the city. So that's where he started. And so again, and working out the ideas with Darren, we talked about, okay, what is the education, from an educational perspective, what can we bring to Eatonville that's going to help it move forward? Again, it's got to be something that's sustainable, something that will impact the community, but also draw outside interest from the larger community. And so he honed on the vocational aspect, the historical aspect that Eatonville once had, the Hungerford School once had. And so his proposal centered around taking the existing school, Orange Technical College, that has a building actually adjacent to the site, on the site and taking that and making that into a full-blown vocational campus. And so he focused specifically on very specific programs that would enhance the kind of the quality of life of Eatonville. So specifically information technology, which we think is important. Automotive technician, which is, again, because of the dealerships that are adjacent to it, wanted to utilize a local feature. And then business development, which, again, in all of our conversations, that was something that the residents wanted to focus on, is how do we develop businesses? How do we develop small businesses? So all of those were programs within his project. So if you look at his design, and again, I encourage you all to take a look after the presentation. It will be available to answer questions. His project is located adjacent to the Orange Technical College building, as well as Hungerford Elementary School, and again, as a precursor to activate the campus. Now, if his project were to keep going and keep continuing, this building would turn into an entire campus that would utilize the entire Hungerford site, getting all the way back to Kennedy. And so you see the different aspects of it, of the project, for not only the programs but also community spaces. So there would be meeting rooms, community rooms that would be accessible and usable by the community. And again, he also stressed providing a new kind of architectural aesthetic that would help enrich not just the Hungerford site, but also all of Eatonville. So we thank Darren for his efforts as well.
Good morning, everyone. How's it going? Thank you for coming. I appreciate your time with us. As students, this has means so much for us to express our vision that we have been working on with Professor Chad all over the past year. And my proposal was about bringing back the roots from Eatonville to the future right now in the present, and be able to identify the independence and the harmony and the growth that there is as a community here in Eatonville. And how can we rebuild the economic resilience of the urban agriculture for the community and empower itself and bring self-sufficiency back to here for us. The history is so beautiful because it started with hardworking people, and I wanted to have that back right now with provide jobs, provide healthy food for vegetables, everything that will be from the home, from the house here, be planted. And if they did it before, what can we bring it back? That's my concept for it. That's the golden vision, to create sustainable environmental responsibility, reconnect with the agriculture roots, and empower the community with the sustainable food systems and create health benefits. So therefore, I wanted to bring back here the community with spaces of community engagement, have connection again, to see each other face to face. Whenever they didn't saw each other, they didn't know each other, even though they were neighbors. This will bring them back together. This is located by the east side, the west side from I-4 of Eatonville, and I wanted to activate that area with more color, more community engagement, be able to be a place where we can be close to gather our harvest, have tomatoes, and things like that. And so I know the distances were very far away for getting their goods to their homes. for instance, things that the Walmart Publix very far away from them. So I was like, what about if they're planted, they have some teaching kitchens or other projects, programs that will enhance the community and that can grow together. So they can teach the young generation about harvesting, agriculture, and their history as well, about what could be possible and where they live. Also, the seniors from the churches could be engaged and be able to help the younger generations. Oh, my mom did this. Let me help you out about how can we crop this better, or things like that. That would be as a family. They're separate, they're not by blood together, but they get together in this whole place of as the harvest hub, as they call it, in Eatonville. And we have some programs that it could enhance those spaces. As you can see here of my drawings, that is the other side, as across each other from Hunger's First Side. And it will be a beginning to welcome the people to the side that is not very moving. There's not a lot of activity because we know the east side is the most well-known than the other side. So it will be a new way for welcome everyone from the outside and also from the community to get together here at the Harvest Hub for Eatonville. That's it for today. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You guys?
No, Maria.
So a common theme that you'll see in all the presentations is economic development. And so the next presentation will be no different. This is Maria Santos, who also couldn't be with us here today. But one of the parts of her research that she focused on was the gathering spaces of Eatonville. So one of the things that, I grew up in a neighborhood very similar to Eatonville. So I knew what the environment, what the vibe was going to be like. But one of the things that really struck the students when we did our walking tour and we walked the community was kind of the different gathering spaces and aspects that you see just in everyday life. And so from an architecture perspective, we had to reverse the idea of, okay, what is a gathering space? A gathering space could be somebody's front porch, or it can be the street. You see lots of street activities, and that's something that I encouraged her to try to activate and try to look and promote. So she did an inventory of, she did this beautiful timeline photo, and I encourage you all to take a look at it when you get a chance. It just highlights the history and the development of Eatonville. But she focused specifically on the types of spaces. So we small scale, medium scale, and large scale spaces. And one of the things that she realized was lacking in Eatonville was these large scale spaces. And so much so that there are specific programs within the festival that have to be done outside of Eatonville because there's not enough space within the community to do that. So that was a recurring thing that we wanted to combat and activate as we developed the project. So with her study of that, she focused in on the business incubator. And that was the program around her site. So she focused on different levels. So again, from economic development, having spaces, office spaces for small businesses, growing and developing businesses. But also, she wanted to also be able to facilitate large-scale gathering spaces. So you'll see a combination of both. One, you'll see private offices that could be rentable to developing businesses within Eatonville. You see larger offices for those businesses outside of Eatonville that can come in and rent spaces. But then you also see a large central courtyard, which is where her design is based around. And that is to facilitate, and again, she honed in on the fact that there was, they call it the 1887 market. It was something that was fairly new. In fact, it started during the semester, and they're having it in the parking lot. And so part of her solution was to take that concept, that farmers market concept, and give it a space within the Kennedy Boulevard that it can be promoted for that. In addition, that space would be very flexible. So in addition to serving the market, it would also be, and again, because of its location on Kennedy, it would be a place during the festival that you can have performances. There's typically a choir or a dance routine or steppers, and all of that can be done within the shelter and the safety of the courtyard that's activated. One of the things that she honed in on from an architectural aesthetic, a design aesthetic, was the idea of hands holding and supporting the community. So you start to see that in some of the structures that she introduces that has the presence on the street. The idea is that those structures would then invite you into the courtyard for whatever activity is. Again, the idea was that the activities would be flexible, but in addition to that, you will be able to see the business activity that is going on in the actual building itself. So the synergy of all of those programs, we think, is something that could help propel Eatonville forward. And not only that, the thing I really liked about this project is that it's very realistic. If we got funding, if we got a developer, this is something that can be done fairly easily and realistic in terms of an actual project. So we want to thank Maria for her efforts as well.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Chelsea and this is Shireen, and we are presenting our project, which is Trail Marker Zero. Now, the beginning of our project starts as we were entering Eatonville. It's a place where I learned existed. I honestly didn't know. I've lived in Florida for 10 years and I had no idea that Eatonville was even a thing, any of the history about it, and I was flabbergasted. This is an incredible community with incredible history, and there's so much to learn about it, but I didn't know, and that didn't sit well with me. And then when we did actually get to explore the community, thanks to Professor Jones this semester, I learned so much about it. We got to walk the walking trail, which goes across Eatonville, and there's so many stops to see, and 10 of them are marked on one of the placards that are in front of the ZORA museum. And I saw the placards and it was like, this is awesome. Where's the rest of it? I wanted more. I wanted more history. I wanted more to know about it. And so we have the trail marked here, and we were like, what if there was a facility in which you could learn more about Eatonville? You could get that history. You could get more information about the beautiful science that they do have and get more than just 3 pictures about an incredible story that I know has more information than just 3 pictures and a small 24 by 36 placard. And so Trail Marker Zero is our museum. It is located on portion of the Hungerford lot, which obviously has a bunch of beautiful history. And it is a museum that is meant to be a support that propels you towards and along the trail that you can walk as you go around Eatonville. And at the museum, you can either recharge or get ready and learn more about the trail, or you can actually dive into some of the exhibits we have, where you can actually go through the exhibition hall, where it does have more information about the trail markers, plus other things you might not have already known about the town, such as how in Lake Cybele, they had baptisms because they weren't allowed to be baptized in some other areas, and other great, interesting, deep places that are very important to the town of Eatonville, as well as a recreation hall where you can see things like Joe Clark's shop actually recreated. So you can walk through and learn how many different services Joe Clark provided in his shop, and see the fire, maybe a fire truck, learn that Max Garage not only housed the fire trucks and repaired them, but also the school buses and all the different ways that it served the community.
So first I wanted to say thank you, Professor, because I usually, during our design, we usually just focusing on designing in the studio. But Professor gave us the opportunity to design with the community. We had a chance to be in many events that was happening in Eatonville. We had the chance to go to the master plan that's represented with Beko Barrio. And also, we learn a lot because this community at the, like Chelsea, my friend, said, we had a chance to walk to the community and see some of the historical part of the Eatonville. But I wish it was a place that represent what we have, they had, and what they done, the ancestor during the previous generation. So that's our goal. We had a chance to talk with the community, and they was so welcoming, so kind, that complete our survey and answer some of our questions. For example, we ask what they need, what's their truly aspiration, and what they desire for the future of this community. And one of their goal was designing a museum that represent their past while they're answering some of the questions for the future. So this is all of the process. I'm sure that Professor gave a really hard time during our design, but some of the aspect of our design, as you can see, is really traditional design, because one of our answer during the survey, they said they really miss the hunger for a lot. And we try to take a picture, look at the picture and see what's their structure, what's the design of the hunger for school. So that's why we try to resemble the arc, the columns, so they can feel connected to the hunger for school.
Yeah, certainly she wrapped it up really well. We have a playground because we want to serve the community and make sure that it is a space for all ages to come and enjoy. There is a cafe on the other side, so that even when the museum is not operating as a museum, it's still able to serve the community in several other ways, being a space of welcoming and enjoyment for those who live there and for those who are just exploring. So thank you so much.
So to close out our portion of the presentation, I challenged the students this semester in a way they hadn't been challenged before. I told them that they were all great designers, right? But they have been designing in a vacuum. And so it was very important for us to understand what we're designing for and why we're designing it, so that when we do proposals like this, there's a level of sincerity, a level of vigor, and a level of passion that goes into it. And so it was rewarding for me to see them on that journey. I hope that you see the high level design that was presented, the thought and the passion and enthusiasm that they have for the project. And again, we're hopeful to take this momentum going forward, whatever that future for Eatonville looks like. We're hopefully some part of it. And thank you, Dr. French, for the invitation. Thank you.
Well, you were so efficient. You went so quickly and were so team-oriented here. I think we have time for a couple questions. So let's ask the students to step forward. And I don't know if you need your posters, but if you want to have a representative poster with you, you're welcome to do that, and we'll open it up to the audience. Oh.
For the sustainability of the project for the food, have you thought of planting fruit trees, like apple trees, orange trees, and all that to produce the sustainability of your project?
So it's a funny question. Maria, I'll let Maria chime in on that. Danielle, I'm sorry. Um, so I really pushed her to understand what is viable for Eatonville. So that's a great question. We spent a lot of the semester focusing specifically on that, what the history of the crops and agriculture was for the area, what could work today. I mean, this is an urban site, so I'll let her finish up on that, but that's something that we went in depth on.
Yes, thank you. It was a challenge with Professor Chad and I. We're just like talking. We had like a whole list what could be possible, and I started looking at the the history of United States, like as a whole, and what is the southern. I was gonna say in Spanish. I speak Spanish, so my type of food that could be planted here in Florida, and it could be corn. Was oranges that was well known back in the day. Pineapples could be able to survive here. And specifically, we study the land before any plants to be there or cropped. It would be a beneficial to create something healthy for the community to digest and to discover how they can be planted. So yes, it could be those things that I mentioned: tomatoes, peas, beans. Also, it could be either as a greenhouse, and then the others could be outside, like the oranges, trees, no mangoes, but some apples are able to survive here. Corn and yes, so the main. Yes, thank you. Of course.
So this is for the museum team. Did you consider, like in your space, I'm a little too far away, my eyes are not good enough. For the festival, what does the museum offer to be able to bring the festival into that space?
That is an excellent question. So we did consider having more of a courtyard type space that would be able to house more ZORA Festival related events. Yes, we do have our thoroughfare here where you could have many tents, and it would still be along some of the playground, which would be able to bring in, the children along with that, so bring it to life. We did want to have a lot of green space, so there's a lot of open area that I think could help serve the community there, but it would also help have them learn more about the community while they're enjoying the festival. So it was considered. Oh, yes.
During our redesign, we think about the ZORA Festival a lot because it's one of the biggest festivals that happening in in Orlando, I guess. So in this area, you can see it's really a long hallway. So they can put a small market in here, so they can, while they're walking to their landscape, they can purchase and be connected to the ZORA Festival. And to your back question, we also think about the traditional trees that is represented in this area. As you can see, the citrus is one of their favorite tree in the neighborhood. So all of these all of our trees are citrus.
So I think one of the beauties of their project was that they honed in on the trail. That is, is, I guess, a little underrepresented in terms of its place within Eatonville. So I think by providing the facility as well as enhancing the trail, in my opinion, it was a respite for the festival. So it'd just be another activity that you can do as a part of it that wouldn't necessarily be programmed.
First of all, thank you so much. This was amazing, outstanding visuals. Excellent. I want to move there. But my question is, so there are a lot of projects, a lot of buildings. Where would you start to boost the economy, of Eatonville, which we are striving, or the community is striving for economic stability. So where would you start to lay this foundation?
I'll start, and then if anybody wants to tag on to that. So When we first started the semester, it was very daunting. To me, it seemed like they felt like they had the weight of the world on their shoulders as they were trying to design. And so there were certain points where I had to pull them back. Well, you don't have to solve every problem, right? Because that's the instinct to do that. So we tried to, for each of the projects, we tried to focus and hone in on a specific program. And by a combination, it won't be any one thing. From my perspective, we start with the infrastructure, you improve the infrastructure. We can piggyback off of Well-Dine. You know, there's a lot of things that we can start from an infrastructure perspective, start to generate jobs, local jobs. And then from there, that's where you start to introduce the projects with the business incubators, the farm, and so on and so forth. So it starts at a small scale. Eventually, the school project, in my opinion, that's a longer term vision. So after the smaller projects that are, able to, get activated, now you start to generate some funds to be able to support a school of that nature. So it's not any simple answer. And if it was a simple answer, we'd be on that path right now. So again, that was one of the main areas and topics that we tried to focus on early on. And again, part of what I needed to do early in the semester was to hone them in on a specific thing, because again, Chelsea and Sharon, they wanted to solve everything. They wanted to have every program within their building. I was like, well, we only got 3 months, so so more seasoned people will have been tackling this problem for a long time. Anybody else?
Thanks so much for all the work that you all have put in. My name is Walter Grayson. I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota. And there's an international audience that would love to see the designs. Had you all considered putting this into a secure database, maybe with UCF or with the Florida Humanities folks, so that more people can learn to follow the examples you've given us?
We certainly don't mind, and we can do it with in collaboration with anyone. I don't think any of the students would mind their work being displayed. And in fact, I think it's a great opportunity for them to show their talents and their skill set. So we'd certainly be open to that.
Thank you. I'm Trey Domingo, one of the people on the academics panel, academics committee for the ZORA Harrison Festival. I'm blown away by all of the work that you've done, and I'm anxious to see what else is going to be done. The question I have is real practical. Have you, in your experience, seen communities similar to Eatonville or with the same kind of challenges where something like this really did begin to take root after a number of years? And if so, what are some of those examples?
That's a great question. I might have to ask Mr. Reep to help me with that, but because I do education design, I don't do a whole lot of community design to that extent. But from my experience, I've seen South St. Pete, for example. That is an area I did a project there once, and again, it starts with infrastructure. One of the things that kind of got that project going was the activation of the Main Street District, which Kennedy is. So once the municipality started to provide the investment for that, businesses would come in and they would start, tackling smaller scale projects, and then you can see over time the mood change. And so that's where I said it starts with infrastructure. So it's got to be a commitment from the local municipalities and jurisdictions. You start to generate some, income tax, and then you'll see the private businesses come in. So St. Pete is a good example. Pittsburgh has some pockets that have accomplished some of the same things. Richard, is there any more that comes to mind when you think of kind of that local development?
There's many. I think you picked some of the best ones.
Yeah. So we can talk later more about that if you want to get a little bit more in depth on that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. While I'm passing.
I wonder if I think there's a revisioning, there's active revisioning going on many levels in Eatonville. And I wondered if you had any if you're getting any entanglements, potential entanglements with planners or staff in the government, the existing government levels.
Absolutely. Baker Barrios Architects is the firm that's in charge of the master plan for Eatonville, and they've had, I think, 2 or 3 sessions already. And the principal, Tim Baker, with Baker Barrios, attended their final review. And so from that point, he was invested. We were invited to the workshop. So at this point, we're trying to do the best we can to merge the ideas and bring the concepts going forward. So absolutely, we're involved with that.
Thank you. I really appreciate your presentations as well. My name is Julian Chambliss. I was on the academics committee, but now I'm part of the national planners for the conference here. I think one of the things that's really interesting about this, obviously, is the long history of kind of public engagement through design. And so one of the things I would ask is, the great thing about poster boards is like a lot of people in Eatonville are really interested in the future of the community, but they really struggle with access. And actually a physical thing like a poster board that's like very visual is super helpful. So if there was a way for you to combine all your presentations into a form that could be circulated in the community, I think that could be really important, especially in particular because a lot of people will really understand and resonate with the great historical depth that is present in your presentations, the way that it really speaks directly to the history of Eatonville and legacies that people are familiar with. A lot of the spaces that you're talking about activating are spaces that I think many of the residents want to see activated. And have an opportunity to see this vision and to really sort of project these spaces into the future, but I think would be really compelling. But accessibility is a huge part of that. So, something as simple as like a handout, a little bit, paper that people can circulate, can be maybe left in City Hall for people. I think that'd be awesome. And to the point of the point about it being available online, obviously UCF has STARS, a repository, and this would be a great place to sort of build something that would be accessible to people around the world. That space already has a certain amount of traffic, and it could be something that could be really supported. So I really want to applaud you because these are the kinds of visions that really matter in this community. This is a place that many of the spaces that you're calling attention to, like Club Eaton, like the Kennedy Boulevard, some of the activities that you're talking about, like the flexible space where people could use that. Those are things that this community has talked about and tried to strive for over the last few years. And having a vision that people can tap into and reference back to, especially in the context of the discussions within the city government and resources and things like that, I think those are very important. So I really commend you on the work that you've done. I hope to see you back because you can always come back here and imagine a future Eatonville. That is something that really matters, right? Like this is something that I think in terms of the legacy of the community is very important, right? Eatonville is a future-oriented place, right? It's just about making a better tomorrow. And like this work really taps into that and it's very meaningful. And I really want you to know that. Thank you so much.
So to that note, the boards are yours. We've printed them out for that purpose. So we'll leave the boards here. We'll work on doing the publication as well, and I'll connect with Dr. French and see how we can make that happen for the community. Any other questions?
For Club Eatonville, have you thought of like more of like a community for like the bringing elementary school students into the site and do like more collaborative music education with studying traditional music and cultural music for Eatonville for younger students in the elementary school?
So in our thought process, we weren't thinking specifically about elementary school kids, but we were certainly thinking about the younger generation in the community and even older generations. Music is like a very important tool to talk to people without necessarily using your words. So this recording studio space has that opportunity to host classes, to allow yourself to practice with the equipment you need to really get a good start on things, because a big obstacle in music is that instruments are expensive and it's difficult to get access to that sort of education because it's not necessarily built in your public school education. So while our efforts weren't targeted towards elementary school kids, there's certainly opportunity, and it was our intention to make sure this was an inclusive space for everyone.
I think because Hungerford was such a dominant presence, there's an education component to almost all of the projects that you've seen. One specifically targeted the vocational. There was one point that we talked about early in the semester of doing a K-12 or a charter school of some sort. Again, for the sake of time, we focused in on vocational, but you'll see even in Daniela's presentation, there's that educational aspect of the farming that she wanted to bring as well. So maybe not necessarily geared towards young people, but everything was pushing education going forward. Anyone else?
Just brief to Professor Domingo's point, and it was something I was thinking about during the presentation about creating the Performing Arts Music Center. One example that comes to mind is, so I'm from Miami, is the Little Haiti Cultural Complex, which was established, I forget which decade, but essentially it was the transformation of Lemon City, which was kind of an inner city marginalized community, into Little Haiti, and creating an identity around that. And so this arts complex has become a third space for people both within the community and outside, hosting music, art exhibitions, civic meetings. And so it was something that came to mind. And when he was talking about whether there were other examples, it might, I don't know if it's something that you've explored already, but it might be an interesting case study to further examine when planning a project like this.
And that's a great point. And again, the first semester I did this, there was more of a focus on the performing arts, and again, trying to tie, that, again, because of how important ZORA is to the community, wanted to bring the literary arts and performing arts and bring, kind of activate the art portion of Eatonville. So yes, there has been specific focuses, like I said, in the past, not necessarily this semester, but there is, again, aspects of that even within Maria's presentation. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry.
And I will say, as one of parts of our project, we have a bit of a third space as well, where you can come and work from the facility. Like, there's a lot of remote work happening, and there's a lot of students growing up here, and they have to go elsewhere in order to work and to go to school and things like that. So having a hometown space where you can study and do things of the sort does help keep people in town.
Hi, I have to add something. Also, I have some spaces provided to the people, to the community, to gather in a space of be relaxed and calm and read a book. In some spaces, either outside or in the indoor activities. And the outdoor, I left some pocket spaces, as we call it, for welcoming for the SOAR events. If there's spaces for the marketplace to be gathered there and then be able to sell their resources or things that could enhance the community itself, and be able to network and connect with each other, because I know sometimes people come from far away, but they start getting together to connect. And yes, that's another part of what I brought into the Harvest Hub for the Eatonville.
Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you again. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. There are so many connections and synergies between these two. There's actually 3 classes represented here, because the next set of presentations are from students in my History in the Digital Age, Digital Tools for Historians classes, and the Introduction to Public History classes. They had different assignments. The Digital Tools class, they were really charged with really digging in on Hungerford School history, looking at the records, primary sources, annual reports, lawsuits, news coverage, and telling a story using digital tools, visualization, data visualization, digital storytelling to highlight some piece of that story. And then the Introduction to Public History students had a different assignment, which was to serve as consultants, in a sense, to dig deeper into some of the issues that were swirling around the future of the Hungerford School projects. And so if an idea was put out there, we would dig in and we would provide more information and report back. And so literally the students were charged with writing a report and summarizing their findings to help enrich the conversation. And in many cases, we hear someone will drop, and you'll hear a report, just for one example, Community Land Trust. And so John Hill, he volunteered to take that on. What is a community land trust? So each one of the students who will be presenting will be doing a different angle on the history of the project. For some, it's a historical approach, and for others, it's a contemporary community conversation and attempting to illuminate some issue there. So we have our PowerPoints lined up. Our students were not asked to produce posters. They were asked to produce a visual report, and we have them in the order that I have given them to our tech team, our wonderful tech team in the back. And so I have to look at my phone. I am so sorry. I should have this out. I think Adeze is first because your name starts with A, and I think they're in order of your first names. So I'll give you the little heads up here that you are probably first. So when you pull up, yes, I was right. And so the rest of you will see your names appear, and when they appear, you can take over. That should be working. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, perfect. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Adeze, as Dr. French introduced me, and my project is titled The Ties That Bind Hungerford. So this focuses on a historical angle of Russell C. Calhoun, the founder of Hungerford School, and his travels. And do we have the clicker? Or? Oh, this? Oh, sorry, there we go. Okay, now we're good. But yes, so I wanted to introduce this with kind of how I was introduced to the project. And so this was by, as Dr. French pointed out, looking at a lot of the primary sources. So in this, the trend that I noticed was the network that Calhoun was building. So you see him in many places, in Atlanta, New York, in the Northeast, and you see him really advocating for the school and helping it during its founding. So that really inspired me to trace his travels and wonder like how big was the breadth of this network that he was creating for the school. And so that is what I get into here. So it kind of demonstrated this wide connections he was making with a lot of different people. And another inspiration was, as Dr. French mentioned, the court case files. So in the 50s, there's a struggle for Hungerford to become a public school with the Orange County public school systems. And so looking at that, and for me, another theme that emerged and that we'll keep seeing in the project is the moral core of Hungerford, because that was a big concern when it came to the public schools. They were worried about the students and their Bible curriculum. They're like, how will we preserve this moral core since the church has been such a big center of African-American the community, and especially in Eatonville. And so also the trustees, so a lot of the early trustees were associated with a variety of different churches. So again, emphasizing that moral core and those different networks and connections. And a community meeting, so this is referring to in the history of the Hungerford School around 2020 when the last of it was demolished. And during that demolition, I remember this stood out as well. There was efforts to at least try to preserve the gym and the chapel. So again, that center of the church and really trying to preserve that history in the community. And so for me, the final question became, what does the breadth of Calhoun's travels reveal about the social network of early Hungerford and its history? And so these are the variety of sources I used. So newspaper.com was very helpful. Some Hungerford clippings, so just random primary sources that were gathered. The 4th annual report by Calhoun, which really traces the work of the Hungerford School and what was being produced and how they were helping various students in the community. Also the Fensky file, so the court case, and other resources. And so this is just an example. I believe this is from the 4th annual report. So you can see, again, the many places and the many donors. And this is some of the money collected in one year and just the many people that are associated with the school, which shows that even though maybe to others who aren't as familiar with Hungerford, it seemed like a small school, it really had a large reach and was impacting a lot of different areas. So when it came to me, so to explain further, I was in the digital tools class and it became constructing a digital project. So there were several considerations to take into account. So for me, it was also, how do I want to represent the distance that he covered? And of course, I want this to be chronological to really tell the story and also to emphasize Eatonville as well. And so the parameters I also had to consider is, okay, what do I want to contain it to? Because there was also travels just within Florida itself, but I was like, it'd be more fun to show nationally just how far he was going and also the years, because he does pass away in 1910. So I was considering, do I just want to stop it with his story or continue for the whole history of the school? And I finally decided on it'd be better to tell like the entire story or give a brief overview of everything kind of up to now about Hungerford School and Eatonville. And so the chosen tool that I used was StoryMap.js. So just a very, and I believe just a kind of beginner version of it, just to get an idea and just outline some of my thoughts. So, and this is the project demo. Would I be, click on it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, no worries. But basically, yeah, so we might have to come back to that. But even though we can't see the visualization, something I wanted to highlight that was a part of it was one of the places he visited was Connecticut. And within Connecticut, he told a very important story. So he told the story of Becky the Mule, and it came to represent the people of Hungerford and African Americans. So the story goes that he was meeting with some donors and his wife, and it goes that there was this poor farming couple and they had a mule that, oh, never mind, maybe this will come here. But I'll continue, as that's getting set up, I'll continue the story and you'll see the slide. But they had a mule that they would use for their work, and sadly the mule was like obviously a little bit overworked, so they decided, hey, we just gotta get rid of it, put it out of its misery. So the mule ended up falling into a well, and they're like, well, we're just gonna bury it. So they kept throwing dirt on it, but every time they threw dirt on the mule, it kept trampling over it and standing on top of it. And so the story goes, by the end, when they looked and the well was fully filled up with dirt, the mule was on top and was standing over like all the dirt that had been thrown on it. And Calhoun compared that to the African American people. He's like, no matter what's thrown our way, like slavery, segregation, we will rise to the top. And that is the experiment of Hungerford as well. He's like, this is what we're doing. And like Becky the Mule, we will persevere. So that's one of the great stories that he told in this network to really inspire people. And so here's a little demonstration of this tool. So we can start exploring. Yeah, so again, that's why I said to expand the story. I believe it really starts here at the St. Lawrence AME Church, because that's really the foundation for Eatonville. And this is in 1881. And then next part. And then we have, of course, like Eatonville Incorporated, so the start of the town of Eatonville. And then next slide. We have Calhoun opens Hungerford. So with the planting of a patch of sweet potatoes began Hungerford's industrial school and the big vision and mission he had. Next slide. And so, yep, this just begins some of the travels that he goes into. So one place is Maine, and even here, Booker T. Washington is also there speaking with him as well. So that just shows the big connections he's making. Next slide. And this is what I was referring to. So in Connecticut, this is where he tells the story of Becky the Mule. Next slide. Again, he's in Vermont. Next slide. He's in New York, so you see he's just all over the place, and this is my attempt to map it and have the visuals there. Next slide. Like 2 years later, he's in Massachusetts. Next slide. And then he's all the way even in California. I was like, wow, this man was getting around. Yeah. Next slide. And then unfortunately in 1910, his travels come to an end because he does pass away, but that's not the end of the story. So next slide. As I kind of foreshadowed, there is the moral core of Hungerford. So you really see that reoccurring theme. So in 1949, there was an attempt by the Presbyterian Church to buy the school or to take over the school, but that didn't really come through. But it just showed that the attempts to really preserve that history of the church and the religious foundations. Next slide. And then we have the Fensky case. So this is where it was the switching of Hungerford High School to the Orange County public school system, or to become a public school. So the considerations, again, there was a lot of appeal to keep that moral core. How are they going to keep that cultural ties to religion for the students that attend there? Next slide. And then the final slide here is, this date is important because this was when I was taking the course. A great part of it, we were actually able to interact with the community, because at the time there was the fight going on over the remaining Hungerford lot. So we were meeting with the community and during the time where they were taking the vote. And something Calhoun also used to say was, we live by the stories we tell. So it was very impactful for me and others who didn't know as much about Hungerford to be there and see just how much passion and dedication is into Eatonville, the town, and the school. So that's the demonstration, and just a few more about the digital consideration. So if we can go back to the PowerPoint. Perfect. Yep, so my findings were, this project I feel like could be best employed for community meetings, just to give a really great overview of Hungerford School and Eatonville, and so people can get a brief look, just because as we said before, there's so much history, but just to get a brief look into all that can be pulled out for Hungerford and about Eatonville. And my takeaways were that, it confirmed what I was kind of thinking, like this huge network that Calhoun was making and all the efforts, and also just the closeness of the community, because a lot of his efforts were for fundraising to continue the school. Even when they were switching over to the public school, there were like big attempts for them, even maybe to transform it to a boarding school or something, just to preserve it as much as they could. And even up till its last moments when the school was closed in 2009, I believe. So there was really always a community effort to preserve this history. And then just challenges with the digital project are, so this is just my user experience, was just initial unfamiliarity with some of the tools, aesthetic details, because I feel like I could have added a little bit more. And just some of the primary sources I'm working with didn't answer all my questions, but kind of introduce new ones. So that's just the nature of working with some historical documents. But yeah, future directions is that I could cross-reference some of these sources, really be specific about the churches and all that there is to, and maybe branch out a little bit more into some of the details, because I didn't even cover half of his travels, but that was just, again, a great overview. And so yeah, last thing I'll just say is that to end with Calhoun, as he said, we live by the stories we tell, so it's very great that we're here today to even keep telling these stories to people who live here presently, but also us today to retell the stories of the past and show how Hungerford, along with Eatonville, lives on today.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Jared Friedline, and my presentation is Unearthing the Past, the Hungerford School History, Harvest, and Community Memory. So my project begins in 2023 looking at yearbooks online of the Hungerford School, and I found that there was 2 yearbooks online, and I was wondering if there was more yearbooks. So Dr. French said, hey, Jared, go and find out. I know a person, her name is Miss Boykin, and go see if she knows if there's anybody that has yearbooks. And this is how the project began. So I began to talk to Miss Boykin, and we decided to start a history harvest. So a history harvest is when we go into a community and looking and invite the community to bring their historical artifacts and documents in to be digitally scanned and saved for future generations in case the documents and artifact gets damaged, the physical ones, they have the digital ones to preserve and share across the community. So with help with UCF faculty and staff, we created pamphlets, and these are examples of the 3 different history harvests that we conducted from 2023 to 2024, and hopefully in the future having one in the summer of 2025. And the goal was to go into each of the communities, one in the mainland, one in Eatonville, one in Apaka, to have the people, give them the opportunity to share their history and provide their version of what happened over time. So, oh, I hit the back button, sorry. So I'm going to go over what goes into a history harvest. So the one step is signing document. Oh, yeah, signing documents. So the key thing is provide a paper trail of who owns the document, who owns the artifact, and have a history of what that document means to the person, what is the document, and how it transfers hands over time to establish a paper trail for future community members to understand the history of Hunterville School and the surrounding community. So oral history is a big component of a history harvest, providing a voice to the people that lived throughout the history of Hunterville School and the community to tell their side of it, instead of looking at, because we only can gather a certain amount of history from primary sources, and so having a vocal history to it helps understand what the space meant to these people during this time frame. And then registration, keeping up with the people, and if they have more stories, to sign up for more history harvests so they can provide more information. So in case they show up to one of the history harvests, but then they have, oh, I have a friend, we get the contact information, email, phone numbers, so it can spread the word out for another history, so you have a continuous presence into the community. And then scanning, this is how we create the digital component of the project, by scanning the artifacts. And we do not accept the physical ones because we want the physical documents and artifacts to keep with the member of the community. We only create the digital version and store it on the Witches program and STARS archive, so that community members from all over Central Florida can go and visit the different versions of the artifact and see the history of the Hunterville School and the communities that we conduct the history harvest in. And then there's another job of a person maintaining the documents throughout the history harvest. And then over here you see the different photos that we took during one of the history harvests, the first history harvest, to show the different stations that we have, the different outreach that we did, and the setup time for the different locations that we conducted a history harvest in. And last one is a group photo to show that the community is actually engaging with the history harvest. It's not only a student-driven, it's a community and faculty and student-driven project, that if one aspect of the project fails, then the history harvest cannot be. And then that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Jochen Riem, grad student in the history program at UCF. And I feel very honored to be here and to share my thoughts I have about the Eatonville experience and also the expedition, I would say. And thank you, Dr. French, for inviting me. So I had a similar experience, like your name, please? Chelsea, thank you. Chelsea, I didn't know anything about Eatonville before I came to Dr. French's class in public history. But I was enlightened by all the experiences I was able to have. The class gave me the opportunity, first of all, to take a tour through Eatonville, to also learn about the historic past of Eatonville. Fantastic, extremely interesting past. ZORA Neil Hurston, and then also to attend the History Harvest, which was definitely had a great impact on me. So my question is still, how does the integration of the Land Back initiative in the context with Afrofuturism contribute to community empowerment, cultural resilience, and a sense of historical identity of the Eatonville community? I gave the whole thing the title Land Back to Come Back because it should entail the long road the community is willing to go, basically, to identify what they lost and to gain what they have to recover to the lost parts. And there are several events I went to, and also the last ZORA festival, which were eye and ear opening, definitely. So let's start with the history harvest. And what I experienced was how, first of all, the community was willing to work together to bring documentation, documents, personal documents, in and to create a comprehensive historical narrative. And that was what I learned, the difference between oral history and just collecting just narrative past, is to make it a really comprehensive kind of story. What I also felt, the willingness to give these stories from the past, from the community members, gave them the opportunity to take ownership and be also part of the community development. What I was totally impressed, what had a real impact on me, that the Southern Poverty Law Center stepped up for the community and were the legal advocates for against unjust what happened to the Hungerford property. And that was amazing and interesting enough that public history plays a substantial role in this whole scenario, to collect documents, to go back into the history, to find evidence, to prove the injustice, and to make a case as a basis for the case. Also, the last ZORA festival, I learned about Afrofuturism. I heard a speech from Dr. Greason, Dr. Chambliss, wonderful, great speeches, Lonnie Brooks, Dr. Brooks, and that definitely connected everything, my thoughts and my experiences, to what has to happen, that the imaginations, the visions of the community members become real. And we saw that in excellent kind of visualization. That's the imagination I was personally thinking of, and which can become reality. And you all should be urban planners. And this is fantastic, really good news. So I was impressed as well, and just wanted to quote Dr. Chambers said. He explored basically how narratives and imaginations about place and space can shape actions and activism of the community. That stuck. So to end, basically what I had in mind as a recommendation for the community, I said also come back, time back, because I heard from the community members a lot the times we had and where the community was flourishing and we were working together, care about each other, the time back, but they really don't want that time back. So I call it the new old times. So that's what I was thinking, and my suggestions were, my ideas were cultural preservation and heritage tourism. As we saw this, I mean, this is just verbalized what we saw today. So Eatonville can become a hub for heritage tourism, attracting visitors interested in exploring its cultural landmarks, museums, and historical sites. When I talk about flourishing, when I saw the designs of these trees, like flowers, excellent, very programmatic. I love it. Also, education innovation. Eatonville could develop educational programs focused on African American history, culture, and literature. Community development and affordable housing, very important to help the community also to build up and to get the economy going. By partnering with non-profit organizations and house agencies, Eatonville can basically build developments and which ensure basically the stability and belonging. Sustainable infrastructure and environmental stewardship, and also civic engagement in governments. Eatonville had to struggle, and that was definitely from the good old times to the new old times, was definitely a setback. But I want to finish this with one phrase I heard from one of the TV evangelists. Setback is a setup for comeback. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am John Hill. I was still am a student at the University of Central Florida, and I presented on the prospect of a Hungerford Community Land Trust. So this was a little back in, I made this originally in spring 2024, and during that time there was the ongoing debate about the Hungerford property in Eatonville. Now, the mayor of Eatonville, Angie Gardner, her vision for the property was to turn it into a community land trust. That way they could create available, affordable housing for generations, to make home ownership more feasible for lower income residents, and create a pathway to development without gentrification. At the time of this article, this comes from July 2023, 60% of residents in Eatonville rented their properties. And alongside, at this time, there were other purchases of things like the old motel that the mayor was hoping would improve the situation. I updated it a little bit because since I made this, there were two major changes. The first one was, one of the major considerations for at least part of the Hungerford school property was the Florida museum of Black history. They had been weighing Eatonville as a potential candidate for that, but that has since, they have decided that the best location would be St. Augustine and St. Johns County. But in the task force final report, they did make a note that the top 3 candidates, which Eatonville was included in, should still be eyed for further development or potential for other projects. So now, alongside that, the lawsuit from the Southern Poverty Law Center was thrown out as of January of this year, but that was only thrown out on the grounds that Orange County Public Schools was no longer pursuing an active buyer for the property, so they were technically no longer in violation of the lawsuit, but this still leaves it in a bit of a state of limbo. So the idea I was looking into was the feasibility of a community land trust for Hungerford. And also a brief note, the Southern Poverty Law Center noted that while the lawsuit was thrown out, there is still nothing that prevents Orange County schools from just giving the property to Eatonville. So it's still in their, the ball's still in their court at the end of the day here. But you might be wondering what a community land trust is. It is a type of shared equity ownership where the buyer purchases the rights to what is on or will be the property, but does not purchase the land itself. So, for example, a local example is Hannibal Square. They're just a little down the road that way. In Hannibal Square, there is a community land trust. Residents who live on a community land trust pay a $50 monthly fee, and they continue to live in the house that they own, or eventually will pay off with Hannibal Square. I know the diagram's a bit small here. This is meant to be a poster, but the idea is we see a family on top, they own the house is on the land, and the land is owned by the land trust. So since it's not sold, or the land is not sold with the house itself, the houses can be kept more affordable. And it also kind of prevents real estate developers from buying up a ton of houses and then bulldozing them all to build something new, because they can't buy the land, they're just buying the house that's there. And part of being in a community land trust is the land trust can even restrict how much you can sell the house for. So I think sometimes the cap's just 10%, 20%, because the idea is when you get into a land trust, you are to sell to someone else who would want to get into a land trust, another low-income family who wants to move up. But you might wonder who gets a say in community land trusts. The first one is kind of an obvious one. The people who live on the land that is being leased, they would have a say in what's going on. The second one is other community members. So even people in Eatonville who don't live on a Hungerford Community Land Trust, for example, would have a say in what happens on the land trust. And the last one would be any financiers or stakeholders in the land trust. So an example of a stakeholder who's not a community member would be something like a power company or waste management, who would need to have access to the land trust to provide basic utilities. But how to start a land trust? There's roughly a 6-step process that most people outline. The first one is to have a community vision, which I think we've seen from various presentations today. There is plenty of visions to go around here, all of them positive and building the community up. The second one is addressed in a lot of these projects as well. Who do these projects serve? That seems to largely be the Eatonville community. Then after that, there's the idea of structuring the actual land trust itself and developing a business plan, what's going to be on it and such. Then you lay the groundwork for the first project, and then you just kind of continue to sustain yourself. Now, I mentioned the idea of financiers. Community land trusts can be funded both privately and publicly. For example, the Atlanta Land Trust was funded through private donations in philanthropic funds, while public funding could be found in examples like the Dudley Neighborhoods Incorporated in Boston, which is funded by tax credits in the city. So in those situations, the private donors would probably have a say in the Atlanta Land Trust, and the city of Boston would have a say in the Dudley Neighborhoods Incorporated. In case you're wondering how that shakes out, about 40% of community land trusts are funded by public funds, and 60% are funded by private funds. So it's nearly 50-50 on that. And the question after that is, do they work? They have been proven to be successful across the globe for building wealth for low-income families. And these two examples at the top here, I know Angie Gardner and like myself, have been framing this in terms of low-income housing and such, but you can really use these to protect anything you want. So I have the Perkin Dickens Cemetery and Monument that is protected by a community land trust. Same with the Hutcherson House. A more local example is the Lake Eola Parks. In 2021, they became a community land trust, and that park is now ran through a community land trust there. So pretty much any of the projects you have seen today could be used on a community land trust. But to kind of prove that they work, I have various success rates. I know the figures are small here, but to break it down for you, the important one for me was figure 35 on this report I found. So starting off, 60% of CLT sellers use their equity to move out of a community land trust and into a traditional market home. So seeing that success of moving up and being lifted out of lower income areas. And the reasons for selling their houses were very interesting. So the overwhelming reason someone would move out of a community land trust was just a change in their family. So maybe they got married, maybe they had kids and just needed to move to a bigger house. For comparison, only 21% of renters move for that reason, and 23% of market homeowners move for that reason. The next highest reason to move out of a community land trust continues this idea of building and moving upward is a change in employment. That is about 20% compared to 15% on renters and 10% on the market. Then the next one, which I think is one of the major telling ones, so there's moving out because of the neighborhood. Only 9% of community land trust members move out because they don't like the neighborhood or want to change the neighborhood, compared to 24% of renters and 21% of market homeowners. So these projects show that they're building community and are effective at building community. Let's see. The next one was financial issues or financial constraints. This was roughly even with all three categories, about 10% for each group. And then a unique one just for a community land trust was 11% strictly wanted to just no longer be a part of a community land trust and own a traditional market home. That was about 11% of the reason for moving out. But I think the best ones here is CLT owners said for a 0% reason for moving was to own a better quality home, compared to 14% of renters and 21% of market homeowners. And then 0% of community land trust owners were forced to move out of their homes, compared to 14% of renters and 8% of market owners. So we see that these are much better at protecting people from like unstable living situations compared to the traditional areas. And we also see movement over time. That's what this second graph is. So the idea is over several decades, the overall is on the left, but they break it down into 5-year periods. It's about 20 years over time. Moving over time, community land trust members moved out at a 2% rate, renters moved at a 30% rate, and market homeowners moved at a 7% rate. So you were even more secure in a community land trust than you were in a traditional market home. Then lastly, just turning to that local example again to kind of show that they can work not just somewhere far away, but right here in Florida and right here in Orange County. The Hannibal Square, they have been building since 2003, and they are still going strong today. They just received funding from the city in 2021. That was to help build 30 new houses, which they started in 2022, and 28 apartments as part of an apartment complex. And even before then, they have already built at least 20 homes in the area. But that's all I got here, so thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Marissa Bellinger, and I'm a history grad student at UCF. My research interests are actually Jim Crow and the Civil Rights Movement, and I'm currently writing my thesis on Florida teacher pay equalization in the 1930s and 1940s. But today I'm here to talk about my research titled Land Back, Origins of Indigenous Land Reclamation and the Intersectionality with Eatonville's Pursuit of Land Justice. So I developed this research while I was a student in Dr. French's public history course last semester, and it was a part of a final project that went into the Land Back campaign by activist John Beecham in Eatonville. My section of the project was devoted to Indigenous land back and its connection to Eatonville's land justice efforts. During that semester, I'd also started working on a research project with the Seminole Tribe of Florida, so I was seeing a lot of connections between Black and Indigenous communities regarding land reclamation movements. So what exactly is land back? So land back, all caps, is a movement advocating for the return of Indigenous lands and sovereignty. So this was created in 2020 by the Indian Collective, established to reclaim land for Indigenous peoples, as well as sovereign rights such as education, housing, and governments. Similarly, in Eatonville, activists such as John Beecham have pushed to reclaim the historic Hungerford School property. In 2022, John Beecham launched the Land Back signage campaign in protest of development on the Hungerford School property. Beecham stated that the people of Eatonville have a relationship to the land the same as Indigenous peoples have to theirs. So the main research question I wanted to answer was, how does the history of Indigenous land reclamation intersect with Eatonville's land justice campaign? So to answer this, I examined key moments in Indigenous land activism, from treaty violations, the Alcatraz occupation, and to the modern land back movement. And this was all done to trace how these efforts parallel Eatonville's fight to preserve its historic land. So I created a timeline right here. It's a bit small, but it starts in 1887 with the General Allotment Act. So this act broke up tribal lands into allotments to be sold to individuals. And I want to point out too, I started in the 20th century because I believe that this is the most obvious and increased direct action campaigns of Indigenous tribes, as well as Black communities during this time. Second, we have in 1934, the Indian New Deal, which reversed the General Allotment Act, introduced tribal councils, restored lands to tribes, and also introduced new educational reforms to Indigenous tribes across the nation. In 1946, the Indian Claims Commission allowed Native tribes to send land claims to the federal government for past wrongdoings, illegal seizures of land, and treaty violations. Now, this was all undone by 1953 when the termination policy was introduced by the federal government. And this was meant to terminate the federal trust relationship with the tribes, even though some were not ready to be sovereign on their own yet. This dissolved tribal sovereignty and assimilated Native Americans into mainstream American society. And these policies were the backdrop of a new wave of direct action among Indigenous tribes, beginning with the Fish Wars in the 1960s. So the Fish Wars were about fishing rights in the Pacific Northwest, guaranteed through treaties with the US in the 1850s. Native tribes in the region engaged in fishing in defiance of state regulations through protests and blockades of fishing access points. Now, in 1969 to 1971, the occupation of Alcatraz was a protest against federal policies such as broken treaties, land rights, cultural preservation, and economic disparities facing Native American communities. The Treaty of Fort Laramie from 1868 asserted Indigenous tribes' rights to reclaim it as sovereign land. In 1970, the Mount Rushmore occupation is again demonstrated for the same reason. It was the occupation and protest of broken treaties and land rights due to the sacred nature of the site. In 1972, this goes nationwide through the Trail of Broken Treaties. It was a trip across the nation organized to draw attention to the broken promises and treaties between the US government and Native American tribes, and aimed to raise awareness of the issues confronting Native communities, including poverty, land rights, treaty violations, and cultural oppression. Now, by the 2010s, the Cobell settlement happens. It's a class action suit initiated by thousands of Native American tribal members against the US government for the mismanagement of trust funds, and it resulted in allocation of funds to Native beneficiaries. More modern movement. In 2016 to 2017, the Dakota Access Pipeline was a protest that included Native American tribal members and environmentalists against the construction of a pipeline in North Dakota. This was conducted due to the potential hazardous environmental effects and destruction of sacred ancestral Native land. And around this time in 2018, #LandBack starts to pop up on social media. In 2020, the Land Back campaign was launched by the Indian Collective with a land reclamation focus. Now, Land Back also advocates for the reclamation of language, ceremony, food, education, housing, and other sovereign rights. The manifesto of Land Back outlines a movement with other marginalized groups. It says, quote, "It is a future where Black reparations and Indigenous land back coexist, where BIPOC collective liberation is at its core," end quote. The Land Back Initiative highlights collective liberation between marginalized peoples and advocates for social justice and sovereignty. So this timeline provides a framework for understanding how Eatonville's land justice campaign fits into the broader movement of land reclamation. So some may argue that Eatonville's land justice dates back to its establishment in 1887, when it was founded and designed to promote home ownership and self-governance among Black workers in Maitland. Obviously, this was influenced by racial segregation and Jim Crow at the time, but for the purposes of my research, I propose that land justice begins with the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community, which was founded in 1987, coincidentally 100 years after the founding of Eatonville, to challenge the widening of Kennedy Lake Road. PEC sued the county and argued that the construction would impact historic homes and businesses. Urban renewal projects often impacted Black communities and ignored the historical significance of their spaces. PEC founding and successful challenge to the widening of Kennedy Lake Road helped protect the community from urban renewal. Flash forward to 2022, the deed restriction requiring the Hungerford School property to be used for Black education is lifted, which allows the Orange County School District to agree to the sale of the property to a developer pending approval from the town council. Soon after this, John Beecham launches the Land Back campaign. In February 2023, the town council voted 4-1 to reject changes to zoning, and a month later, PEC hires Sovereignty Poverty Law Center. It sues the Orange County School Board over plans for the Hungerford School property. In April 2023, Beecham is interviewed comparing Eatonville's relationship to the land the same as Indigenous people. So Eatonville's pursuit of land justice and Indigenous movements demonstrate how sovereignty, preservation, and reclamation are its core principles. For Eatonville, the Hungerford School property represents more than land. It symbolizes an educational legacy, cultural heritage, and self-determination. For community members like John Beecham, the Hungerford School property is ancestral land. This research highlights how land justice movements intersect across Indigenous and Black communities, which reinforce the idea of collective liberation as expressed in Land Back's manifesto. The connection between land reclamation movements and Eatonville's own campaign is further exemplified through the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community and community activist John Beecham, whose efforts have raised awareness and sparked conversation about the importance of preservation, reclamation, sovereignty, and social justice for historically oppressed peoples. This research speaks more than Eatonville, as it prompts an examination of grassroots community movements centered on reclamation. Thank you.
Good morning, Zora. How is everybody today? Good deal. So I am Michael Richardson. I'm a graduate student with the University of Central Florida's History Department. I'm a research assistant with Florida France Soldier Stories, and I am the chapter president of Student Veterans of America. And it is my distinct honor and privilege to be here with y'all today. Dr. French, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being a mentor, and thank you for being a friend. So today I'm presenting Mapping Hungerford Schools and Black Educational Institutions. So remaking the places of these African American religious, moral, and educational centers that were developed after emancipation. Am I hitting this button here? Green, go. Okay, groovy. So I'll never forget the day that Dr. French came in, because a big part of what we were trying to do is create a digital footprint for Robert Hungerford School. You could Google it and it just didn't even really pop up. And Dr. French would go and he would spend his time in the archives, and one day he came into class and he found this book because he was looking for just about anything that made any kind of mention of Robert Hungerford. If you look right here, you'll see it right on the top. You can go. And so we see a record, and I saw that, and then I also saw the 259 other institutions that were founded during this era. 259 of them. And I said, whoa, that's crazy. And then me and Dr. French had a conversation. We were like, man, wouldn't that make a visually appealing digital history project? And so if y'all are capable of scanning this QR code, I invite you to explore this project. And I hope it works, because that would really be the crux of a public-facing, visualized project, something that you can have in your hands, something that you can explore with me, something that will give you the agency, whether you're a historian or just a member of the community, to ask questions, but not just ask questions, find the answers, okay? And it's really important to me that if y'all are exploring this project, to have a question in mind in the back of your head. What can I take out of this? What can I find out of this that I can then use in my personal life, in my research, whatever it speaks to you? That's the goal of it. Because remember, 259 schools. Okay. Oh, no, not yet. So I'm just making sure everybody gets it scanned. It is the map. You got the map? Okay. So that is amazing. Technology is working really well for me today. And so when you're looking at the map, you'll notice that there's color codes, right? And this is before I did my GIS certificate, so I was still an amateur map maker. But we included this denomination and color keyed. So there's a link to it at the bottom also. It opens a Google Doc. So you have that. You don't have to just rely on this. But the major things I want you guys to take away from this slide right here is look at how many denominations are present in this pipeline. How many breakdowns and how many different founders there really are in this network of 259 schools. It's no one institution, it's no one denomination. These schools are institutional, they're agricultural and mechanical. They really cross the whole spectrum of this beautiful generation of freely emancipated people who are wanting to live and work and earn and be educated and take home and take to heart this freedom that they had fought for and they earned. The main thing I want to take away is on the whole list, you'll only find one white school with no denomination. Only one non-denomination school in this whole network. And then the gray sections, any school that's on that map that might be gray, there is no real footprint online. There is no real location. There is no history. Outside of maybe the Clifton Conference book, it doesn't really exist. So that was a big point of this, was it at least exists somewhere other than on these pages of history. It exists somewhere in the public space. And now, again, I keep Robert Hungerford at the center and at the heart of this. And in the early versions of this, we thought it would be really cool to add the links to everything, and we mainstreamed it so that you can see it right now. You're not getting overwhelmed. You're not clicking on stuff to go other ways. But I do invite you to find the Clifton Conference book, because just about every one of these schools has a section just like this, where it talks about how it was founded, and it talks about the school at the time. And I think this was written in about 1910 is when it was published. So they take up to 1910 and they go around, they chronicle all these schools, and they visit all these schools, they talk to all these people, and they create a comprehensive notes of this Clifton Conference. And it's very interesting what we can draw from just this one book. And if this one book is so insightful and has so much information about so many schools in 1910, what other information is really out there? And that was one of the things that really made me dig into this, because you'll see in this next slide, this school, Mary B. Mullins School, it was established in 1907. If you Google it, there is no real history of the Mary B. Mullins School. We have the Mullen Bible Camp, but it's not the educational institution. And a lot of these schools, especially the grayed out ones, I had to really do digging, I had to really do finding. But that's, again, I invite you all to explore those as well. But what was really fascinating is the ones who are colored in, the ones that do have a record, that are either preserved by their community, they have gone above and beyond, and to really become a groundbreaking educational institution, or they are preserved just like Eatonville is preserving the Robert Hungerford School. The community in and of itself has taken it upon them to, in whatever way they can, to preserve these sites because they are so impactful that every institution ought to have some kind of footprint, some kind of digital footprint. And a lot of the institutions, I was very fortunate because some of them are backed up on the historical marker database trail. And a lot of them have coordinates, GPS coordinates I was able to lift and put right in. Some of them I was able to get the addresses off of. And some of them, again, like the Mary B. Mullins School, just don't exist. So what I had to do is I used the information that was available to me off of the Clifton Conference notes. And you have them, you have the date it was established, you have the county it was established, you have the number of students enrolled at the time, and you have the denomination. And sometimes any information is better than no information at all. And to think about this, 1907, a school named after a female. That's a beautiful thing in and of itself. So like, who is Mary B. Mullen? What was her friendship towards the African-American community school that allowed her to get a name made after her? So those are the types of questions that I really want us to infer from this. I really want us to take this home and keep asking questions. Okay, we know what's out there, but what isn't out there? What is something that we could highlight on? What is something that we could contribute to? And so, I'm going to close this out by saying, no work is ever done, especially a digital history project. This is something that you can draw so much more from. You can find the different pathways. You can classify the different denominations. You can pick agricultural and mechanical schools. You can pick just religious schools. There's so much work that can be done from this. And my job was to create the foundation, to create the platform, again, for engagement, public engagement, to ask questions, to continue to build this narrative that captures an entire generation of some of the brightest, most hardworking, ethical people in our nation's history. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Sarah Boy, and I am also a public history graduate student with Dr. French at UCF. And my project was a visual analysis of the Hungerford School Boards of Trustees. So in our project, we used different digital models. And so the ASSERT model is something that we use for digital visualization. And my intended audience was the Preserve Eatonville community, Eatonville residents, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and the general public. And so this is the ASSERT model. I asked who were the Hungerford School Board of Trustees. They were a pretty important part of the story. So I used lots of primary sources to search. I structured my quantitative data that I gathered from those sources into spreadsheets. I looked for patterns, envisioning ways to visualize this. Then I experimented with some digital tools to represent the visual data. And then eventually I finally used basic digital visualizations to tell the story. So the sources sometimes presented accuracy challenges. So initially I used the court case files, and my list of trustees originally came directly from these files, but Dr. French and some of my classmates discovered that the annual reports actually contained different data. So this made me reevaluate the best sources for my data, and in the end, even though you would expect court case files to be fairly accurate, I wound up using, I decided to use the primary sources that were created by the boards themselves at the time to build my analysis, and I wound up using a multi-pronged approach similar to what I use in genealogy to establish a standard of proof that's supported by multiple sources and reasonably exhaustive research. All right, so here is one of the spreadsheets that I first created with lots of different data points and source information. After going through that one and a failed experiment with timeline.js, I created this one to focus on certain variables like race and residence. And then I discovered that some of the data had issues, like an 1899 article that mentioned that Robert Bedford, a trustee, was colored. I then began gathering clippings and images of the trustees to use in the visualization. And once I had a partially complete data set, I attempted to use Tableau to create some manipulable visualizations to sort out patterns and direct the final product. But I had a lot of problems with Tableau, clearly. So this was, if anyone has used Tableau, you'll know my frustration. So this was a good lesson in the value of complete data sets. That was part of my problem, as well as having a really broad technical knowledge when you're using these things, or access to people who can help, like Dr. French's son was very, very nice and helped me out a little bit too. But having abandoned my hopes for an interactive visualization, I decided to just go old school and make some infographics that could be presented to the community easily and then expanded on later. And since there's no way that I could cover all 53 years in an infographic, I decided to focus on 4 main points in time. So the first was 1899. This was the first board of trustees as established by the Hungerford School founders. Second, in 1912, this was an initial shift in the board makeup. This was the first board change after the death of Principal Calhoun. This was the largest board in the school's history. Third, in 1922, there was a giant influx of new members, which was possibly because of several fires that had happened the year prior. And then fourth and finally, in 1952, this was the final board of court-appointed trustees who were responsible for the transfer of the property to the Orange County School Board. So with the focus of those years established, I made this graphic specifically on the race of the trustees in those periods. As you can see, in 1899, the board was evenly split between black and white members. In 1952, that crucial board that transferred the property to OCPS, the board was completely white. And here is where the incomplete data sets affect my visualization. And as you can see, 1912 and 1922, we have some unknowns. So I wasn't able to find the races of a few members, some people with very common names that were just not traceable. 1912, 2 of the 18 were unknown, and in 1922, 2 of 17 were unknown. So my hypothesis is that the unknowns could indicate that the 1912 and 1922 boards adhered to the original vision of the board's biracial commitment to leadership, or it's possible that from the death of Principal Calhoun, there was a greater ratio of white to black board members. Something to explore further later. So here's a visual of the original 1899 board. At the center is the Tuskegee connection, Principal Calhoun, who was a Tuskegee alumni, and Warren Logan, who was the treasurer of the Tuskegee Institute. To the left and right of them are Samuel Mosley and Joseph Clark, prominent Eatonville leaders. To the left are Northern philanthropist Robert Bedford, who I mentioned before, who is white, and Mary Thurston, who owned a winter home in Maitland. And then on the right are the only white Southerners involved from the beginning. This is Sidney Ives and William Lynch, who were members of the Orange County School Board, which I thought was kind of interesting that they were involved that early. So, and here is the final board of trustees, and obviously I couldn't find pictures of all of them, but an interesting pattern to note. None of these individuals lived in Maitland or even close to Eatonville. 4 were from Winter Park, 2 Orlando, 1 Sanford, and 1 Winter Garden. They were all wealthy, they were all by majority Presbyterian, and most importantly, they were all white, they were all appointed by a white judge to determine the fate of a historically black school. So, thank you, and if you want to scan that, you can get in touch with me. Thank you.
I think that's all of our students who could participate, but there were many more. I just wanted to let you know, some of these projects were done a year ago or longer, and the students are very busy, but there were many more, and I think this just demonstrates the value, the breadth and depth of the research that these students put into this, and really revealed new knowledge. I mean, they contributed greatly to our understanding, both of the historical Hungerford School, but also of the contemporary issues. So we're at 12:05, and I know we started about 10 minutes late. I'm happy if the tech team doesn't mind 5 minutes of questions here. Are you good with that? Okay. I think we could have a few minutes for questions, because I'd love our students to be able to answer if they need to, and I'll let you have your opportunity to ask.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment about all of the presentations that I've seen today. and the work of Scott French and Professor Jones in engaging the students to do this. I mean, to see the fresh minds that bring, the kind of vivacity to this issue, it's really overwhelming. And as an instructor myself, I'm just really, really glad that this was the idea to bring this to ZORA Festival, because this is the environment within which these kind of ideas can really take root, because there are people working on these problems right now. And I like the fact that Julian Chambliss is here and Walter Greason was here, because they do real life stuff that has to do with the kind of things here in Eatonville, which is why they continue to come to festival, because they see what they can do with this. So I want to say I'm very encouraged by everything that you guys have presented, because this is the ground within which these ideas can really grow and become more than just a project. And it seems like, to me, from what I've heard today, this has been more than a project for all of you. And I want to end, with this, because a lot of times when I sit in these kind of presentations or academic conferences, I'm constantly thinking about how can I relate this message to my students. So I'm always trying to kind of whittle things down to the bare essentials. And what I've come up for, this morning's worth of presentations are three ideas that I can go back to them with. The first one is that, how do we get here? When you walk the streets of Eatonville, whether you see the dilapidated buildings, the empty lots, or whether you see the festival, or whether you see a town that's still thriving, how did we get here? That has been answered in a lot of these presentations. The second thing is, where do we want to go? And that's what, all of the presentations showed, where Eatonville wants to go. And I like the fact that the students actually talk to people in the community, and you talk to the leaders in the community, to where, what you said in your presentations is really what people wanted. That's real, tangible stuff. And the final idea is what do we want to keep and what do we want to get rid of to get us where we want to go? And I think those are the salient questions that can be answered, that's going to propel this issue forward, and Eatonville can be something that everybody here have envisioned. Thank you.
I want to say too, I love the shout out to Julian Chambliss and Walter Grayson and the Afrofuturism cycle. That had a profound impact on my students. They came back and it influenced the way they thought about their projects. And so thank you, Jochen, for mentioning that. That was important to me, that they would not just read about this, but to come here for this conference. And that's why it's beautiful to see you all here this year. I hope all of you are influenced in the same way. I saw a hand up over here. Oh, sorry. Nope.
I'm so sorry, y'all. So, hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Simone Davis, and I just received my doctorate this past summer. Thank you. And at the University of Southern California in global education. And my dissertation is actually on the hunger for property as well. And I was able to interview community organizational leaders on, the title of my dissertation is Rebuilding Black Boarding Schools Within Black Townships. And so it goes a bit deeper in focusing it on it being an actual boarding school, and that the whole background of even how that became, I've been on this journey to build a Black boarding school since 2018. And I'm originally from Kansas City, Missouri. I moved to Oklahoma and became the town manager of the oldest Black town in Oklahoma, who actually had a boarding school in the late 1800s. And so this all fascinates me, and I really thank you all for your presentations. And I was just kind of processing the Board of Trustees, and I wrote about them in my dissertation as well, and how Bethune-Cookman wanted to take over the school but couldn't. And so it's just amazing to me of all the in-depth information, and also the mapping, the GIS mapping tool. So done a mapping tool of U.S. Black towns and settlements in the United States. And so I would love to see this like integration of like Black boarding schools, Black towns. And so just really cool. Shout out to you in the back. But all in all, I want to just have conversations and continue talking about the possibilities.
Thank you. I think we're good. Oh, do we have another one? Someone? Oh, where? No? Oh, right here.
How will this, you captured something, I hope videos of what happened. How will that be available for others to see?
Thank you for asking. We post all of the recordings on the UCF Department of History YouTube site. So you can go back and watch the Afrofuturism cycle. And Katerina, who is, there she is, she does an amazing job of processing these and chaptering them and making them accessible. So that's very important to us, and I give all credit to my dean, Lyman Brody. If you were here yesterday, you heard him speak. He was the one, after year one of the Afrofuturism conference, he said, that was great, but only the people in the room heard that. We have to record this, and we have to share it, and he has been committed to doing that every year to make sure that this important conversation can be shared beyond this room. The Afrofuturism cycle, every year of that is on the UCF Department of History YouTube site, except year one we didn't record, but we do have material on STARS from that. We had interviews with participants, and so there are some recordings, and there's also a syllabus for that year, which I developed in collaboration with Dr. Chambliss. We created an open access syllabus for the public that integrates the recordings, webinars, anything that related to that year's program, and turned it into a learning experience. It was partly inspired by COVID. We developed study questions. If someone referenced a writer, an Afrofuturist thinker, writer, we would link to that person so you could learn more about it. So it's sort of all hyperlinked and hyper-rich. And it's there on STARS, and it's under my name. I actually taught it as a one-credit special topics course at UCF as well. That was labor intensive. It's very hard to sustain that level of developing this. So we put this on YouTube. It's still completely accessible. It's just not, transformed into that syllabus. But that's the idea, is that you can always come back to this. And if people miss this, people you think would love to have been here, could not be here, students who couldn't present today, they can come and if they couldn't be here, they can watch this as soon as this gets up online. It takes a little while, so it won't be next week. It has to be processed first by our friends who are recording today, and then Katerina will take that and develop it. So if you look back in 2 or 3 weeks, maybe, I think we'll have it up, yes.
Are those podcasts still available?
Yes. What's the best way to get to the podcasts?
Wherever your podcast can be found, Every Tongue Got to Confess podcast. It's also available through STARS. Those were some of the audio, because we did interview people during the first year. We just did not videotape them. So there's a whole series of audio interviews. If you go to Apple, iTunes, or Spotify, the podcast that we did associated with the festival, it's called Every Tongue Got to Confess. So the first year in particular is like the last year of the podcast. So that's where it is.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. This is day 3 of our 3-day 2025 ZORA Festival Academic Conference. My name is Scot French. I am the chair of the Academics Committee, which organizes this year-round, and we've been thrilled with the participation over the last 2 days, and we're very excited about this afternoon's panel. The title is Centering Historical Placemaking in Contemporary land justice campaigns, and we have a powerhouse team from the Southern Poverty Law Center. They are going to introduce themselves, so it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. French. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Hello, everyone. My name is Ellen Degnan, and I am an attorney on the economic justice team at the Southern Poverty Law Center. I'm here with my colleagues. So Linda Hasbury is, well, I was going to go through and then we're all going to pass along and they're going to introduce themselves as well. But Linda Hasbury is the senior media strategist at SPLC who works with our economic justice practice group. Melissa Williams is another senior attorney, and Jamie Rush at the end is a third senior attorney here today. Also, we have Kirsten, who heads our group in the audience. Maybe when folks talk, you could say a little bit about yourselves. And yeah, so I'm Ellen. I'm from South Florida, Broward County. I went to University of Miami School of Law and then started working at SPLC right afterward. I grew up like most kids, reading Their Eyes Were Watching God in school and learning about Eatonville through literature, but not until our team at SPLC started working with NY Nathiri and the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community Incorporated, did I begin to come to know the deep, profound placemaking that has created, shaped, and maintained Eatonville for over 100 years. And I feel, just first off, very kind of honored to be here and grateful to work with the PEC. And thank you, Dr. French, who also worked closely with us in our partnership with the PEC. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our land justice work because the historical placemaking that, as I understand it, is kind of, we're launching this cycle by exploring historical placemaking. It is at the core of our contemporary land justice advocacy. And because every place, every piece of land, every community creating homes and communities on that land is different, each one of our campaigns that aims to help Black and Brown communities keep hold or get back their land, each one of our campaigns is quite different. And that's necessarily so because the history of placemaking in each place is quite different. So I am going to start by sharing about our work in Eatonville, and my colleagues will pick up. Well, first, Linda is going to kind of follow up with narrative, a focus on narrative in Eatonville and how that has been instrumental. And then we're going to move on to a campaign in St. Petersburg, Florida, and then Sparta. Oh, I'm sorry, not Sparta. I always get the Sandersville. There are a lot of S's. Sandersville, Georgia, and Sapelo Island, Georgia. So to begin with Eatonville, we started talking with NY, really Kirsten, started talking with NY a couple years ago now when the school board of Orange County was at the precipice of consummating a real estate deal that would have, and thank goodness that this did not happen, but that would have probably led to the people of Eatonville losing any real shot at getting their land back. And this is the story of how we've been working with the PEC to and other folks in Eatonville to try to get the Hungerford property back to the people whose descendants founded it and cared for it over time. Are folks here familiar with I wasn't here this morning, so I'm curious if folks here are familiar with the story of Eatonville, the story of the Hungerford school property. Yeah, so I'm gonna kind of start from the top. In around 1881, some snowbirds from the Northeast began selling plots of land in Mayland to black residents who were typically laboring on the property of the landowners. So they were often tending to orchards, clearing the land, kind of taming the Florida wilderness. And that resulted in the conveyance of first about 20 acres, and then grew over time. The conveyance to black folks in the area of land, which was quite rare and hard to achieve, because at the time, very few white people were willing to sell to black people because they did not want black people as their neighbors. And what's really notable about these early sales of land, and thanks to Dr. French for your great research on this, is the specific legal tool used even then in the 1880s to ensure that what would become the town of Eatonville could remain a homeland for black people. And so the deeds conveying the land contained deed restrictions that required the sale of the land be to what was termed colored people. That was the term in the deed. These days, it's quite, I think we're more familiar with these sorts of restrictions. They're called restrictive covenants in real estate transactions. We're more familiar with them in the context of racially restrictive covenants created by white folks trying to exclude black folks from their living spaces. And here we had the opposite, the use of this sort of restriction as a way to protect land and carve out land for people who were being denied their place, their rightful place on the land. So the use of that restrictive covenant in 1880, which was even before the founding, or rather the incorporation of the town of Eatonville itself, the use of that legal tool prefigured about 20 years later a similar legal tool for placemaking that the founders of what became known as the Hungerford, Robert Hungerford Industrial and Normal School used in order to create a school that was likewise protected for the people of Eatonville and black children around the state of Florida and around the country. So we move from the initial conveyance of land protected for black people to the incorporation of this really rare collective. It was rare for enough black folks to be able to purchase land and live in close proximity so that they could vote to incorporate as a town. So that happened in 1887. Because Eatonville had incorporated and was proclaiming far and wide, and again, Dr. French has done great research on this, proclaiming far and wide that black folks should come to Eatonville and create a home there, Eatonville really, it was on the radar of people across the country, including some students, or really graduates from Tuskegee Institute, and a few students moved to Eatonville to take up positions as school teachers at the public primary school in Eatonville. And at the time, that was the only public education provided by the county. There was no secondary education. And so Russell Calhoun and his wife Mary Calhoun, the two educators from the Tuskegee Institute, arrived, and after teaching in the public school for a couple years, began to dream of something more, began to dream of creating a private institution that would truly fulfill a public purpose that was not being fulfilled by the county or by the state of Florida. They dreamed of and ultimately did create what then was talked about as a branch of the Tuskegee Institute, and that's how Hungerford started. It started with a dream. It started with the tenacity of the founders, Russell and Mary, to find someone who would be willing to grant land to them to create a school, or rather to trustees to create a school. And then maybe we'll have time to get into, but decades of nonstop labor to create the structure of the school, the curriculum, raise the funds that allowed the school to function, because it's not as if it was receiving, state monies, for instance, to keep the lights on. So in 1899, Edward Hungerford, who was one of the snowbirds in Maitland, deeded land to the trustees of the Robert Hungerford Industrial and Normal School. And that deed contained a statement of purpose or a dedication, stating that the land was to be used for the operation of the Hungerford School. In other words, for the education of the Black children of Eatonville, Florida, and really the country, because this project was part of, yes, a local vision, but also a burgeoning national kind of collective effort to create schools for Black folks where they were not getting education from public institutions. So the deed restriction was kind of the core piece of what, flash forward to 2023 when we first met with NY and the PEC. This deed restriction from 22, thank you for that. This deed restriction from 1899, although it was transformed over time, and I could get into the legal details, but maybe I'll come back around to them. Although it was transformed over time, it was the specific legal instrument or legal tool of setting down in writing a purpose that would allow posterity to hold the holders of the property and the school, hold them to their duty to ensure that the land itself was only serving a public purpose, the purpose of education for Black children. The dedication, it's really a remarkable feat that this act of historical placemaking is the reason, certainly, that the land today has not been sold off, at least not the remaining part that folks are still wrestling over, so that it hopefully can be returned to the Eatonville community. And I just, as I was thinking about the theme that we're exploring here, I was really moved to feel the connection between the nerve and boldness and bravery that the PEC has shown in asserting an interest in enforcing, in protecting this original purpose for the land. Because had the PEC not stood up and said, wait a minute, let me tell you about the history of this place, and let me tell you about our special interest in it as an association of people whose mission is to care for and provide for the cultural history of Eatonville. Let me tell you about that. I deserve a day in court, and I'm going to get it. And had the PEC not done that, I mean, something written on paper 100 years ago, 50 years ago, is only written on paper if no one holds it up and says, listen to our story. And so I'm gonna kind of give an update on where the case that we filed with the PEC has gone, and do it pretty quickly because I would like to pass this over to Linda to talk more about how narrative has been critical to the campaign. But in sum, we filed on the PEC's behalf and later on the behalf of the heir of Edward Hungerford, who was the snowbird, the philanthropist who had originally donated the land for the school. We represented them in a lawsuit against Orange County School Board, arguing that the deed restriction, albeit in a changed form, still remained on the land. And the Orange County School Board, therefore, could not sell the land for the purpose of building, or to a developer who would build commercial and residential property, for instance, that purpose was not within the spirit or the text of the original dedication of the school land. And then we also asked the court to decide whether the school board had followed state law because state law creates specific steps that the school board must take before selling any land. And so really, we filed this lawsuit as a defensive measure to try to stop the sale because we thought it would have been conducted illegally. The sale did, in fact, fall through. And flash forward a year and a half at least, right? Flash forward quite some time, basically the court found that because the deal fell through and because there is no longer an imminent threat that the county will sell the land, at least publicly, the county has not indicated, that there's kind of nothing to see here anymore. That's kind of what the court held, that if the county is not planning to sell it, then we're going to set the case aside. And so the court dismissed the case on those grounds, which really then introduces the question, well, what next, right? How do we continue the affirmative vision to get the land back? And how do we stand guard to continue ensuring that nobody runs roughshod over the purpose that the founders of the school had in giving the land essentially to Eatonville and to Eatonville's children over many generations. So we're still have a keen eye on what's happening. And I'm going to pass it over to Linda.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Make sure this mic, I'll scoot over here a little bit. Thank you, Ellen. My name is Linda Hasbury. I'm a senior media strategist with the Southern Poverty Law Center and a part of the EJA team, helping to amplify and deliver the voices of the communities in which they work. And so with this particular case, it really did literally fall in my lap. I had a colleague that had started it about 4 days, and then he had got another opportunity, and so it just passed on to me. And I was like, wow, this is a lot. But it has truly been one of the most rewarding things for me personally and professionally. And so I wanted to take just a second before I start about the media strategies to kind of give a little context to it. I got this from the ZORA Museum on yesterday. I went to drop some stuff off, and the new exhibit in there is amazing if you've had a chance to see it. And it's called Evidence of Care. And it's artwork by Jerusha Graham from Atlanta. And one of the things in this caught my eye. It said, community is formed and pride of place develops because we associate the environment with a visceral goodwill. And so when I think about Eatonville, I think about a visceral goodwill. The Hungerford property was put here as a visceral goodwill of education. And so that has resonated with so many people globally, really. And we've had so many people to follow the situation that was happening. So what we wanted to do as far as a media strategy is to start locally within Central Florida and then elevate our way to a national stage. So that is exactly what we did. And one of the newspapers that had continued to just follow Eatonville in the situation was the Orlando Sentinel. And Desiree Stennett, she is not a reporter there right now, she's in New Orleans. But we saw that she had really did an amazing job of just keeping track of everything. It's almost like a record you can go back to and have everything like in order to look at. She followed it very closely and did a great job of doing that. So the Orlando Sentinel was one of the first places, along with, excuse me if I get the letters incorrect, WFMU, which is Central Florida Public Radio, along with some of the broadcast channels and other independent weeklies and things like that here. And so we started locally, and then we built our way up to national. And the first person was Roland Martin. And so we did Roland Martin Unfiltered live, and that garnered a lot of attention. And so from there, we kind of just kept going. And I'll step back just a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that the client, PEC, NY has been the spokesperson, was prepared and everything. So in stepping back just a little bit, I'll say that it took a lot of behind the scenes work. She's a great historian, and we wanted to make sure that she could also convey the message of the importance of Eatonville and the Hungerford property to an audience. So that took media training, things like that. So we did that and kind of worked our way on up national. And I was able to capture the attention of CBS Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley. I wrote to the executive producer. I was like, well, I'll write to him. And so I did a pitch to him, and he's like, wait a minute. Really? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, well, can we just kind of meet to talk about it, the situation? And so we have, oh gosh, it's a very long email chain of back and forth because he was just so enthralled with the situation here. He had never heard about a school board and a town and land, and then the place being what is widely considered to be the first African-American municipality in the United States. And so it's a really big deal. And so we had several meetings, and we were able to book that segment with veteran journalist Martha Teichner and producer Robin McFadden. And so after that aired, which garnered an audience, it was probably over 3 million who actually saw that segment. And so from there, B. Hadler, who is the family descendant of the Hungerfords, her niece called her and said, hey, did you see this? And so she was able to say, well, you might want to take a look at this. And so B. Hadler, who was a plaintiff, she was able to get that information from her niece and then become involved in the situation. And so to have those two voices of the PEC as well as a family descendant together really brought in the masses of people who became interested in this story. And so many people became emotionally invested in it. So what we did was to keep everyone really informed, basically was another strategy, to just be transparent about the situation and to let them know every step of the way what was going on. So every step of the way, there was either a statement, a news release, or there was an advisory if something was happening, if there was an event, if there was a hearing, the ZORA Festival, just to have everybody on the journey, really, with us. And they really did appreciate that. So a lot of the media continued to stay on the journey with us regarding the hunger for property, as well as CBS and other national outlets. And so ultimately, that is what kind of made people were already invested in Eatonville, but in this particular situation. And I will say, ultimately, the piece ended up being nominated for a short form Emmy. They did not win, but to be nominated within the categories that they were nominated in and with the company of those other short form docs was truly an honor for us. People are still invested on the national stage when it comes to media, so I try to kind of let them know what's going on. But as of today, it has garnered over $5 million in earned media and has reached an audience of over 96 million readers, listeners, and viewers. So that has been how the narrative has been going with Eatonville. We still want to continue to amplify their voices and the voices of the community, and very happy to do that.
Thank you, Linda. Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Rush. I am a senior staff attorney with the Economic Justice Project at the Southern Poverty Law Center. And as we were kind of talking about this centering historical placemaking in modern times, it really led us to think about some of our portfolio of work of what we have been doing. I feel like Eatonville has been kind of a not necessarily our starting point, but something that we could use to replicate in other communities. Not only the narrative, the history, but there are so many places across the South where communities are making place. They are placemaking. They are maintaining the historic nature of their communities. And while the facts and the players are sometimes different, we've really started to see a theme amongst our work. And so we're going to talk a little bit about some of our other cases that are in our work, just to try to kind of bring that all together for everyone as far as like modern placemaking. And specifically, the question that we've kind of turned over repeatedly is, how has placemaking shown up in these other communities? So first, I'm going to talk about the gas plant in St. Petersburg, Florida. Essentially, we were approached by our client, Faith in Florida. And Faith in Florida is also a nonprofit organization whose mission is to build powerful, multicultural, nonpartisan network of congregations and community organizations in Florida to address systemic racial and economic issues that cause poverty for families. And what they raised for us initially was that the Tampa Bay Rays were planning and partnering with the city to replace their stadium, and that they were making lots of promises to the community about what that would look like. Let me back up a little bit and just talk about the gas plant neighborhood in St. Petersburg. So it was called the gas plant because there were two massive city-owned gas storage facilities in the neighborhood. So we're just going to pause there for a second. Two huge gas storage facilities in this neighborhood. It's predominantly Black. And despite that, it became really a hub for Black citizens in St. Petersburg. When you talk to people that live there or from there, They would say we had businesses, we had small businesses, we had churches, we had a community. They even called it Mango Alley because there was mango trees. And despite this blight of industry, they had really created a beautiful, thriving neighborhood and network of families. I've even spoken to people that currently live in St. Petersburg that said they did not live in that part of town, but they would always be there meeting with people. Like, it just was a place. Like, just picture it in your mind, like what this would look like, this thriving Black community. Unfortunately, like a lot of thriving Black communities in the South, residents were displaced in the 70s and 80s using eminent domain. So eminent domain is one of many legal tools that folks in power use to strip land and wealth from Black communities. And it's essentially saying, we need your land, your private land, for this public purpose. We have a different use that we feel would benefit other people in other ways. And in some instances, you know, we look at things like eminent domain. If we hadn't used it, maybe we wouldn't have highways and streets. But then in other situations, you can look at it much differently and think about what is being taken from people when they come and take your home to use it for some other use. In this situation, the seized land was used for a baseball stadium. So, publicly, it's a public use, I guess, but when you think about what that means and taking someone's home and packing it up and putting documents, we talk about the boxes that hold the records of all of this, taking somewhere someone lived, where they thrived, where they went to church, where they got their hair cut, all of that, and putting it, distilling it into a stack of paper, and putting it in a box somewhere. That's what was done, and now we have the Trop, a big baseball stadium in what used to be the gas plant neighborhood. The city used a grant from HUD, from the federal government, to do this. It was a community development block grant to primarily use to address blight. So what do we think of with, again, I've described this neighborhood for you. Like, does it sound like blight? No, it just kind of sounds Black, right? But HUD used that block grant essentially to push out the residents and build this stadium. And so now here we are, 2024, when we, SPLC, send a letter to the city in June, essentially reminding them of their civil rights obligations. I think that's kind of one of our favorite things, at least it's one of my favorite things as a lawyer, to send a strongly worded letter to someone that says, like, hey, here are the ways that I think that you are violating people's civil rights. So we sent a very, in my opinion, well-researched, well-thought-out letter to the city in June of 2024, reminding them of what the gas plant was supposed to be, the promises that were made to people when you were giving them money and reducing their home into this stack of papers in a box somewhere, and reminding them of those promises and that you need to follow through on those promises now. It's been years, it's been decades. And I think what's really important about gas plants specifically is that when the city council was voting on whether to do this deal with the Tampa Bay Rays or not, there were a lot of people in the audience. I went for one of the last votes, and there were people from both sides of the issue. There were people, descendants of folks that had been in gas plant, remember what it looked like, and that were really, really hopeful that this stadium would bring them some of the promises that were, promised before. And then you had a lot of other folks that are still there and saying that, no, we've seen this before. We've seen this in other cities. We could get so much more. We need housing. We want that, what we had back. And so the reason why this case kind of, I feel like, came up for us when we were talking about placemaking now is because it's historical in the sense of how we got here, but it's modern because there are still people here. the folks from the gas plant are still alive and well. Like, they remember what Mango Alley looked like, and they know what they want it to look like now. And I think that that's something that when we talk about placemaking, we also talk about what it looks like to move from the past to the present and how people can have voices to make sure that the present, we don't want to stop all change. We don't want things to get better. We want more housing. We want these things, but we also want it with the input of the people that are there, the people that have been maintaining this place and these memories. So no, we might not get Mango Alley to look like exactly how it looked in the 30s, 40s, or 50s, but what can we do to make the neighborhood look and reflect what the community is now or even could have been? So the status of right now is a little in flux, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But if you if you read the news lately, you can get up to date. And so that's our work in the gas plant in St. Petersburg. And I'm going to temporarily pass the microphone to Melissa to talk a little bit more about one of our other cases.
Oh, thank you, Jamie. That's okay. You know, it just dawned on me, like, eminent domain, you probably should have done Sandersville when we were talking about this, but anyway.
Well,
I think that kind of,
Okay.
eminent domain.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
We're going to switch things up a little bit. So the next kind of case study or one of our cases that came to our mind when we talked about placemaking and has somewhat similar facts or using that tool of eminent domain. So remember I said eminent domain is, and sometimes it could be good if we didn't have eminent domain, maybe we wouldn't have airports and bus stations and things like that. But again, it's often, like a lot of things, used as a tool to strip wealth and land from Black and brown communities. In 2022, the Sandersville Railroad Company started contacting neighbors and residents and homeowners in a town called Sparta in Hancock County, Georgia. They were letting them know, they sent them notices that we're a railroad. We can use the power of eminent domain. We plan to use it. We want to build a rail spur, which is a small track that connects to a larger track. So they wanted to build a spur from a granite quarry, which is already a point of contention among the community. If you've never been or seen a quarry, that is a blight. It's a big hole, there's grinding, there's dust, there's noise, there's vibration. It's already in the community. The railroad wants to connect the quarry to a nationwide CSXT line so that they can move goods faster and essentially to them make more money. So they contacted neighbors and told them, hey, we're going to need your land. And here's what we're offering you. Call us. One of our clients received this letter and really made such a fuss in those early days that they said, we're going to move it so that it does not touch your parcels. But they underestimated her because she ended up founding a community coalition that we now represent. Her kind of thing from the start has been that the railroad really only sent letters to the people whose land that they were going to take, but they did not do a good job of talking to the community that would be by, that the train would go by. So we represent the community coalition, and these are the people that, although the train tracks won't touch their land, they're going to bear the burdens of a train coming by. And they're going to feel the vibrations, they're going to hear the noise, and often these folks they have smaller parcels, so a train being close, it's going to be closer to the structure of their home. Our client, one of the founders, her family's land is a part of if we put it all together, about 600 acres of land that has been they're called the Smiths, been in the Smith family for almost 100 years. Their great-great-grandfather was a sharecropper, and against all odds was able to purchase this 600-acre plot of land by selling fruits, vegetables, things like that. They also have a descendant who was enslaved on the land. So generations of different uses of this land that they hold very, very dear. Because, again, let's take a pause and think about all of the things that have happened since Reconstruction to today. 600 acres of land still owned by one Black family. We're talking about Jim Crow, we're talking about Reconstruction, and this is in Georgia. I'm gonna pause there for a second. They have maintained 600 acres through their family, and now, almost 100 years later, someone says, I need it so that me and a few other businesses can move granite and other materials on a train near your home. Needless to say, they are very passionate about keeping it. No one wanted to sell, and now we are in litigation. So SPLC represents the Community Coalition, and attorneys from the Institute for Justice represent the folks that are going to be directly impacted by the eminent domain, so the people that the tracks would touch their land. This is again, if we're thinking about placemaking and how this shows up, the families, I think it's important, and something our client often says, she didn't really know her neighbors. The neighbors down the street are white, our client, the founders are Black, and they had never really talked. They owned these large parcels of land, but then when that train, they all got that letter, they got together and figured out, what are we gonna do? So it's a different type of place there. You know, the family has maintained this land and have gone off. A lot of them are veterans. Some use it for vacation, some use it for like timber and things like that. So it's a different type of place. But when there was a threat to the community, they all came together. They all started reaching out to neighbors and organizing and asking, what are we going to do? We have had enough. We've had enough with the quarry. We cannot have another environmental burden. And it's been really interesting to see how everyone has come together and gotten on the same page for that. Again, these are people that have lived in the same place for years, but now they're talking, now they're organizing, now they're figuring out how to be advocates for their community. They didn't like that the county commissioners seemed to agree with the railroad, so they voted them out. They got together, they have a new board chair because they said, you're not working for us. I didn't know what you did before, but now I do, and it's not for me, so you can go. And I think that is amazing because this is historic in the sense that people have had this land for generations. And some of our clients, some of the community members, they were like the first on the street. Like they built their house in the 60s or 70s. So we're talking about almost 100 years to maybe a few decades, and how they've all come together to really realize, like, I feel like they've always known that they had the power to work together, but it just, until that threat came, that's when they really organized and said, no, we're going to make the people who are supposed to work for us, and we're gonna say, no, you cannot come here. And so as of right now, the Georgia Public Service Commission is kind of the first hurdle in companies using eminent domain or trains specifically. Unfortunately, the Public Service Commission disagreed with us, and so we have a pending appeal before a Superior Court judge in Fulton County in Atlanta. And one other aspect of the community is that they've shown up. We said, if you want to do this, we need witnesses. We'll bring you up here, but you have to come, you have to testify. They did. And every time we have a hearing in Atlanta, they show up. They call people. They've really taken charge of making sure that the community knows to the narrative. It's great that it's gotten national press. It's excellent that it's gotten local news, but they also make sure that they're all informed. They're talking to each other. And that strength in numbers really has had to change and make the railroad, I think, pivot what their messaging has been about this, because it's not just one or two homeowners. Now it's a community. Now it's a historic community. Now it's a historic Black community, whereas before it was just one homeowner, one letter. So that is our case in Sparta, and hopefully, if everybody sends good vibes, we'll get a decision soon. And yeah, that's Sandersville.
Jamie, that was amazing. Yeah. First of all, I'm just so honored to be up here with my colleagues who are just so brilliant and masterful at what they do. I'm on the team. We're all on many of the same teams together. Me and Jamie are on gas plant, Sandersville, Eatonville. Ellen and I are on Eatonville. I work with Linda on Eatonville and some other matters as well. So we've kind of become a little troop, I guess. And I think it's because we're really passionate about the work. And so when we have had the opportunities to go into these communities and meet the people who have been the caretakers, the people who are maintaining the ties, we feel and recognize their passion. It fires us up to get involved. I think that's definitely one of the common themes. I think another one of the common themes through this work is, and as you've heard today, is that you have the power structure, whether it's a railroad, whether it's a real estate developer, whether it's Tropicana Field. These power structures come in and into these Black communities and think that they can take advantage of people, that this is a powerless group of people, that they can steamroll over them, they can offer them pennies on the dollar for the land that's been in their family for generations, and that's okay. And so it seems to me part of what we've been able to do is to partner with the folks in the community who have been carrying the torch for all these years and help them take it to the next level. So I guess I say all that to say is that these cases are really community driven. I mean, I think that's what you're hearing across the board, is that people in the community who care about the community, who care about the place, right, and maintaining the ties to the place, are the ones who reach out to us, and then we get involved. So I am talking today about the work that we're doing in Hog Hummock in Sapelo Island, Georgia. So I think this is probably one of the places, and I know that Florida is in the Gullah Geechee corridor, so some of you may already know a lot of this information, but I think it's worth kind of stating it and rooting the place, the historical ties and the history of this place to really understand the significance of what has happened over time. So Hog Hummock is the last intact Gullah Geechee community in the Sea Islands of Georgia, and it's home to the direct descendants of enslaved people who were brought there from West Africa in 1802. Hog Hummock in Sapelo Island is about 100 miles from Savannah, Georgia, and the island, unsurprisingly, was first settled about 4,000 years ago by Native Americans. A key fact about Sapelo Island is that it's only accessible by boat. There's no bridge. The only way to get there is on a ferry. So whenever Jamie's on this case too, whenever we've gone to Sapelo Island, we have to take a 30-minute ferry back and forth, and then the ferry only runs about 3 times a day. So you have to time everything correctly in any case. And that's a key fact for a number of reasons. First of all, the descendants of the Gullah Geechee were able to maintain so much of their African heritage and history because it's an island and it's very isolated. So all kinds of aspects of the culture have been maintained, such as arts, crafts, food, music, and language. Gullah Geechee is a unique Creole language spoken in the coastal areas of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, and it is the only distinctly African Creole language in the United States. Another influence that the Gullah Geechee culture has had on American society is in music. The spirituals, gospel music, ragtime, R&B, blues, soul, hip hop, jazz, that's all been influenced by Gullah Geechee culture. And then to say nothing of the food, you know, what a lot of folks these days are calling Southern food is actually Black food, that we were able to maintain so much of the seasonings and the methods of cooking through history and through time. So, you know, talking about the land, you know, that's so important. That's part of why we kind of call this our land justice team or practice group. Land is so important. And Hog Hummock is similar to Eatonville in that today's community is really a reflection of the realignment that happened during Reconstruction and after Reconstruction. So after emancipation, the freedmen of Sapelo Island created their own settlements on land on which they'd also been formerly enslaved. But they weren't able to purchase the land initially. Many expected land grants that were promised through General Sherman's Field Order number 15, which was later rescinded by President Andrew Jackson. So as a result, the freedmen on Sapelo Island lost their legal claims to that land. Now, finally, in 1878, which, you know, again, is very close in time to the founding of Eatonville, and just another through line through all of this, the legal entity now known as Hog Hummock came into being when the Gullah Geechee, the descendants of the Gullah Geechee finally had the opportunity to purchase land, parcels of land from a former slave owner. He fell on hard times, and so he started selling off pieces of land to the descendants. Gullah Geechee descendants also settled and purchased land in other parts of the island, including Raccoon Bluff. And that's important because I kind of think about, when I was thinking about this, and looking at the history, I realized that there were kind of two displacements. So this is displacement part one. So the first displacement, initial displacement, was physical. So physically getting people off the land. In the mid-1900s, R.J. Reynolds Jr., the tobacco guy, dispossessed Gullah Geechee descendants on Sapelo Island of 1,000 acres of land that their families had purchased in Raccoon Bluff and relocated them to Hog Hummock. The Reynolds family later sold that land that they'd taken to the state of Georgia for a profit in 1969 and 1976. Today, 96% of the land on Sapelo Island surrounding Hog Hummock is owned by the state of Georgia. It has a wildlife reserve and some research facilities by the university there. And so because the land is owned by the state for these reasons, it can't be purchased for development. So 96% of the land is just off the table. Today, there are just a few dozen residents who continue to reside on the island full-time, and descendants, both residents and non-residents, because a lot of people have moved off of the island because, again, it's isolated, and so jobs are on the mainland or elsewhere. The descendants currently own less than 250 acres of land in Hog Hummock. Now, in 1996, Hog Hummock was added to the National Register of Historic Places, which is our country's registry of places that it deems worthy of protection, historic protection, and recognition. Around that same time, McIntosh County, which is the county where Sapelo Island is located, created the Hog Hummock Historic District to encourage continued cultural practices, protect historic resources, and reserve the area for low-intensity residential and cottage industry uses, which are environmentally sound and will not contribute to land value increases which could force the removal of the indigenous population, meaning the Gullah Geechee community. And that's a direct quote from the zoning law that was in place for many, many years in McIntosh County. So to further the purpose of protecting this community, the county zoning law limited residential construction to single-family dwellings with a maximum of 1,400 square feet and 1.5 stories. But in recent years, you have white developers and white property owners that have come in and started building larger homes between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet. And there's some question, we're involved in litigation, one of the things that we're looking at is, was that because of lack of code enforcement? Was that because there was a legal loophole that allowed these property owners to exceed the limits? In any case, the 1,400 square foot limitation was routinely, just ignored, and people did what they wanted to anyway. So this is where we come to, as I think of it, displacement part 2. And this is displacement by policy, much like Jamie was talking about, policies like eminent domain. I'm sure you've all heard of redlining. On Sapelo Island in Hog Hummock, what the county started to do was just neglecting the community, not providing basic government services like trash collection or reliable utilities, fire and emergency medical service, just some really basic things. So finally, the community in 2015, some descendants of the community sued the county, and over these just egregious violations, and they finally reached a settlement agreement, and the county agreed to certain things, including making some of these improvements to the infrastructure, and then also a property tax freeze that would affect the entire island. So not just the Hog Hummock community, but because of the way Georgia law is, the whole entire island got to take advantage of this property tax freeze. And this will become important later. Nevertheless, even though this settlement agreement was reached, there's still regular power outages on the island. Whenever there's a big storm, the power goes out. There are a number of dirt roads that still remain unpaved. Part of the settlement agreement was to have a helipad constructed on the island because, again, ferry, only way in or out. So the helipad was agreed to with the idea that people who needed to be airlifted for medical care would have a quick way to get out instead of waiting 30 minutes for the ferry. And then another part of the agreement required the county to build a new ferry landing. So the county did some of the things that it promised to do, including building the new ferry landing. But you may have recently heard in October 19th of 2024, the gangway between the land and the ferry collapsed, and about 40 people landed in the water. And there was really, because of the lack of emergency services, it's all volunteer, volunteers were just jumping in the water and pulling people out of the water. And one of our attorneys was actually there with her family. They were fine, they were physically fine. But it was obviously very traumatic to see that happening. And so, evacuating, the helipad the need for the helipad became very clear, right? Is because you need to evacuate. In that kind of situation, you need to get people out of there quickly. No helipad, no helicopter. 7 people died. Dozens, I think about a half dozen people were injured as well. So, just again, over time, this county has just been neglecting this community and just turning a blind eye to a lot of the problems that government has an obligation to address for its citizens. So, going back to the zoning law, in October 2023, the county passed a new zoning law that basically doubled. So it was almost kind of a capitulation to these landowners that have been coming onto the island, breaking the law the whole time, building these giant houses. So the county just said, okay, well, we're gonna change the law, and we're gonna double the allotted amount of square footage for residential construction to 3,000 square feet and about 3 stories, so doubling the size. And so this, seemingly seemed aimed toward attracting more developers, high-end developers who would come in and build bigger houses and luxury hideaways on oceanfront property. Now, needless to say, the descendants are just terrified that this will increase the intensity of development on an already fragile island. You know, it's fragile from an environmental standpoint, it's fragile economically. They're worried that their property taxes are gonna go up as all these, you know, big houses come in, and that it'll change the culture. You know, it'll no longer be their place. You know, they will no longer have those connections to the land, to the property. So SPLC sued the county back in October of 23, shortly after, we had 30 days after the zoning amendment passed, so yeah, it was October of 2023, and we sued the county over the zoning change, and we alleged that the county basically didn't follow the proper procedure when it went about changing the law. So the people of Hog Hummock were all almost uniformly opposed to the zoning change because they recognized the threat that it posed to their way of life. But even though they were the ones directly affected, they really weren't given a meaningful opportunity to be heard. There was one public hearing and one public meeting, and those were rushed. Everybody who wanted to speak didn't have an opportunity to speak because even though the county knew that this was a hot button issue, that there were a lot of people interested in this, and that this was a major shift in the policy on the island for the last 40 or so years, they didn't make allowances to have room for people to come in and speak. So people were in the hallways, couldn't get in, couldn't get a chance to hear what was going on during the proceedings. The county also wouldn't let people bring in recording devices. You couldn't even take your phone in to record what was happening. So if you were stuck outside, nobody could even record it for you so you could watch it later. Another thing that happened was that the way that the zoning board put out the changes to the law was very confusing. They called it several different names, they had different numbers for it at different times, and then they didn't basically highlight the changes, the specific changes that they were making in the law. So you kind of, it's like when you redline a document in Word, you can see what the changes are, and the county didn't do that, essentially. So that was all problematic, and then, of course, going back to the ferry, the county was holding these meetings at a place on the mainland. So Darien is on the mainland across from Sapelo Island. And so they were holding these meetings on the mainland in Darien at, in the evening when people were trying to, A, get home from work, and B, needed to get on the ferry to get home. So they people couldn't stay as long as they wanted to because they were worried about getting the ferry home. We eventually kind of raised a stink about it and said, listen, this is totally unfair. Y'all need to extend the ferry schedule so that anybody who wants to be here can be here, and that, people can stay as long as they need to. So the county did make that change, but it was so late in the process that people just a lot of people didn't have time to plan to make the later ferry. So there were just, all of these procedural problems. And then, the other thing that we're saying, just from a kind of a more substantive point of view, is that the zoning law, this new zoning law, does not comport or comply with any of the county's policy or planning procedures heretofore. The original zoning law was passed around 1996, and so for all this time, that zoning law was in place, and it protected and provided, space for protection of this community. And, all these many years later, they're changing the law. It's counter to all of their policy up until that point, and it really only impacts one group of people, which is the Gullah Geechee community on Sapelo Island. So then for them to turn around and disenfranchise the one group of people that this law was directed at when they're making this change, it's truly egregious. So in our theory of the case, these combined actions work to demonstrate that the county was racially discriminatory toward the residents, the descendants, on Hog Hummock. And so what we're seeking, and we're in the middle of litigation right now, but what we're seeking is to basically have that new zoning law voided. And so we're in what's called the discovery process right now, and we'll see what happens.
So I think we have 10 minutes for questions, if anyone has any.
the gas containers still in that city? Yeah, the gas plant. Are the containers still there? Like, what happened with those?
Kirsten, I don't think they're there. No, I think that they're gone, but it's still called the gas plant. It's, it's like a nickname. You said there's still, yeah, there's still environmental impacts from the gas storage, but you can't see them. You can see old pictures of what like these huge gas things, but they're not as part of the landscape anymore. But it's like any kind of other nickname, like it just kind of stuck with the neighborhood.
Hi, y'all. So my name is Dr. Simone, and thank you. Number one, just thank you for all the work that y'all are doing. And the reason I am saying thank you is because I wrote my dissertation on Hungerford and rebuilding Black boarding schools within Black townships. So I want to stay in touch with you all, and I can give you like the whole dossier of my interest in things. But I was the first town manager of the oldest Black town in Oklahoma. So I recently, there's so many overlaps of all this. Like, I graduated from an HBCU in South Carolina, and I live outside of the Tampa area. So I was just in St. Pete last Sunday, and the conversations are still being it's in the air, and so. But ultimately, I wanted to kind of point out a couple of things within the Hungerford property and the founder. So Dr. Hungerford was a medical doctor to the Black children here in Eatonville, teaching them how to read and write. And so, but he never saw the fruition. He always wanted a school, but he died of malaria before the school was planted. And it was actually his parents who donated the money for the land. But ultimately, I think that there's so many overlaps with the work, and I'm honored that Eatonville kind of conjured so many other ways of looking at land justice. And so I'm just kind of curious of, again, the keeping in touch, but how we can continue to increase that. And in Oklahoma specifically, there's 13 Black towns still in operation. But sadly, in a lot of Black towns, the land is not owned by Black people. And so it's across Sparta, Georgia. That's just another town that just kind of came to mind. And thank you for even bringing that up. But this eminent domain piece even affected Hungerford. And so I just kind of want to bring the urban renewal, redlining, eminent domain. We look to the left, and Hungerford the boarding school was once 400 acres. And so when you look at Black boarding, so my whole journey of rebuilding Black boarding schools before 1954, we had over 100 in the country. And there's one today that's still notable, which is Piney Woods, and that's 2,500 acres. So we're talking about Black education and land, and how the removal of Black boarding schools, or the erase of even knowing about Black boarding schools, has affected our education system today. But all in all, I wanted to really pinpoint about the eminent domain, and OCPS, so Orange County Public Schools, actually rescinded the deed in the 50s to build I-4. So when you're on I-4, just think about it once being a Black boarding school as well.
Yeah, I think that is great to tie that in, and you can probably find that common theme throughout the country, not just the South. And I feel like it's been getting a lot of national attention lately about the use of eminent domain. I think there was a case, I feel like it was in Kentucky or something, with a plant, a car plant. But my point is that, yes, a lot of times, and in our previous federal administration, there was supposed to be some work for that, because a lot of highways are used eminent domain and drove right through the middle of a Black neighborhood or town, someplace that was thriving. I think that's a good reminder that, again, that though the players are different, the communities are different, it's still a theme of discounting the value of people being in one community together and having the autonomy to decide what that community looks like and what the effects of driving a highway through or a train through the community looks like. So thank you for that comment.
Thank you all. It's good to see you again. I really appreciate it. It's Walter Grayson from McAllister College, and can't tell you how much joy it is to hear all the work you continue to do. I'm coming with an invitation or a set of invitations to bring you to other places where people want to hear your voices. Most notably, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History has sent me here to ask y'all to do this exact presentation at the end of September. And so if y'all have time in Atlanta, it would be lovely to host y'all at the event. But I also have a couple connects. Policy Link in DC is doing new land grant work, and they need to hear you. The New Jersey Institute for Social Justice is coming off their reparations design plan that is deeply informed by the work that y'all have done. And the Urban History Association in Chicago in October would love to have you all there as a part of their conversation. So I will fill your calendar. Be careful. But please keep up what you're doing and let me know whenever we can collaborate.
It's good to see you, Dr. Grayson.
Yeah. Never a dull moment.
Yeah, I really appreciate your presentation as well. And I'm wondering, especially since in previous presentations here, you talked about this project, the Eatonville work, really triggering a concern about space and equity and really seeing a pattern here. I wonder, is there something that you would say to communities around the country that might feel like they need your help? Like what are the pathways for educating people to educate themselves on the ground, to sort of get the toolkit to understand what's happening? Because I feel like one of the things that's really interesting about the work that you're doing is that you're bringing together both these sort of contemporary concerns around eminent domain and policy practice, but these are really historical injuries that have layers of consequences. And I wonder, from your perspective, as people who are working with community members, are there things that you would advocate that if you have a concern, this is your first step? What is the first step on the track to doing the things that your clients are doing? Like, what is it? Is it just awareness? Is it a grievance? But is there more that you would advocate people to be thinking about at the local level? Because I do think these are all ultimately grassroots conversations at this point.
I would offer, I think probably everyone can chime in. One thing I would offer is first to trust your intuition about what feels like home, what feels like it is yours, your people's, your communities, because the legal minutia, like, gosh, people acquire and then that land has been taken in so many different ways. I know some themes have been coming up, but like it was different in Eatonville. Like, at least as to Hungerford, they didn't even need to use eminent domain. They're just like, nah, we're gonna go to the court, and you know, all the trustees that the judge installed are white and work for the school board and don't really want to put in the effort anyway to keep the school going. So let's just, right, like more or less. So the minutia are going to be different in every place, but the kernel of like the claim to the place is you can't do, like that's the start. And I would just say honor that and don't get caught up at the beginning in trying to figure out if your community's story fits this case study or this case study or that case study, because like land is not a commodity. Like it is, you know, each parcel, right? Each community has its own story. That, and pool your knowledge. Knowledge is a resource. Get together, as folks have done in some of the places that we've talked about, and share what you know and collect it, because that will help any legal what do you call it, assistance, whatever, in undertaking like a legal investigation.
Can I? Sorry. I was just going to add to that really quickly in terms of media. I think a lot of people underestimate that in these cases, the media is actually quite sympathetic to the issues. When we talk about Sparta and Mr. Smith, letting me know, well, you know, my dad planted trees on this land, he sowed fruit from this, all of that was done to put his brothers and sisters and himself through college. So they need to know these stories. The media, the public needs to know these stories because that creates that emotional response. And it connects people to what's going on. So I would say not to look at the media as something that is negative in this sense, but as something that can really be a useful tool to bring it about more awareness.
I just want to highlight something that Ellen said that really struck with me, and something that we haven't talked about today, but I think is also important. But the idea of home and what it feels like, and not who owns it. So we've also worked with communities that are in like federally funded housing, so low income housing tax credit neighborhoods that we've helped in Atlanta. I'm thinking of Forest Cove, and the thing about it is that it's essentially started as public housing. So nobody ever owned it. It was always owned by someone else. But the home feeling is what got everyone together to say that no, like you cannot move us out of our neighborhood. Just because we don't own it, just because it's public housing, that doesn't mean that it's not home for me, or to think that I don't have a voice about what's gonna happen to it. So I think that's super, super important, and something that we see in a lot of other communities too, that it doesn't really, it's not as important when you're getting started as to whose name is on the deed. It really is the passion, the feeling of this is something that I want to protect. And I think that lends itself to the storytelling. People want to hear from people who are passionate about where they live and why. You don't have to explain whether you own it or not. You just have to be able to articulate why it's important to you.
I agree with everything that everyone has said, and this is just kind of an obvious one. You know, people just need to organize. You know, you don't have to form a nonprofit, be a 501c3. You don't have to go through all those legal formalities. So, for example, with our railroad case, it's an unincorporated association of people, and so, like Jamie was saying, our client just started talking to people in the community. They started meeting in a church very much like this one. And they started tossing, everybody didn't agree, you know, there's gonna be disagreement. Some people are gonna wanna do different things, but I think the important thing is for people to realize it's hackneyed, but you know, there's power in numbers.
And one final thing I'll say, because that just made me think of Forest Cove again, is that we wrote a letter to the city asking them to do all of these things, and they would not respond to me. I emailed them, used connections, they would not respond. Our clients, the residents of Forest Cove, went to the city council meeting together, all spoke. The news saw that, so the narrative got picked up by the local news that these were residents. The next day, the city wants to have a meeting. That wasn't me. That was the community coming together, going to the city council meeting. That moved the city, not my name, being a lawyer, none of that. It was really the community having one voice and putting, unintentionally putting pressure on the city to make movement and get the result that they wanted.
Time for, I just want to make, yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm John Beecham, a part of the, from Eatonville 1887, and part of the land back movement. Also started a nonprofit called Preserve the History of Maitland and Eatonville Incorporated. And thank you very much for what you guys have done. But I really think one of the things I think could help Eatonville is that when we got the 4-1 vote and the lawsuit went to the PEC and B. Hattler, which her and I did a few radio stations together, we got left out. The community voice got left out, and all the eggs went in the basket of the PEC. And with B. Hattler, I understand client privilege and stuff like that, but what really happened wasn't eminent domain in Eatonville. It was a thing called quiet title. And that's how they moved the ball forward. They used a thing called quiet title. Also, in the Eatonville property, Charles Hungerford, we talked about him quite a bit, and he did donate land, but his deal was, because the Calhouns got him to donate the land, was he said that he requested that the town people also donate land. So all that 100 acres and all the acres we talk about wasn't just Charles Hungerford, it was the people like the Mosleys, the Thomas family, and the Rackets, and more and more and more on. And I think for standing, I think that we had that in our bag. Two, when we look at standing too, B. Hatler's grandson lives here in town, and he has a young daughter, 2 kids now, that also could help us with our cause. And I think because the communication line broke down in the land back movement, and the people feel like we couldn't talk. I talked to B a couple of times ago, well, I can't talk right now. And I think like it kills, that's the soul. What you did is great, and I really appreciate what you did. But I feel like if we go at round 2, there's more ammunition in the bag, but it has to come from the people, like you just mentioned, and we're actively seeking land back. We've actually working with Maitland to try to build a bridge that would create some cultural heritage, tourism, art, because that's where Eatonville was birthed, from around Lake Lily, from known as St. John's Hole. This church was born out of the Whipples at the Good Shepherd Church. And so I just would like to maybe start a chain letter, keeping this town people involved too, some of these private action groups involved in that conversation, because we got the boots on the ground, and we're working diligently every day telling that story. I must put out like 20 posts a month or more, talking to OCPS about land back, not just land back, just merely putting out some facts. So this is something that burns deep in my heart, because I'm from Eatonville, and we do say land back, but we do believe that our land was taken, and there's some that believes the land was, the school board owns the land, but my group believed it was a land grab. And that's where we stand. So thank you very much for what you've done. I've always been a fan of you guys when I lived in Mobile, well, actually Montgomery, where your headquarters is. But there's more to this fight. I just actually not to surrender, and let's turn over every stone, and let's get this land back.
Hear, hear. Thanks, Mr. Beecham.
I think we're at time. We can continue the conversation, but we have another panel coming up very quickly, the Eatonville Citizens Panel. So I want to give everyone an opportunity to use the restroom, which is through that door and down the steps. Please watch your steps. There are some refreshments back there as well. But thank you all, our panel. Thank you. Wonderful. And thank you to all of you for your questions and participation.
Good afternoon. We're going to conclude this session with just telling stories. The stories of a couple of men who really have been consistent in their love for Eatonville, men who have been successful in their paths. And I thought, frankly, it would just be of interest to have us talk about our different experiences in Eatonville and how they actually represent the strength of the Eatonville community. So to my right is Nathaniel Vereen Jr. In fact, he and I used to ride the bus together to what was then called Webster Elementary School. He is a second-generation successful businessman. His father, Nathaniel Vereen, was a mayor of Eatonville. He, in his own way, fought against some things that were happening in Orange County Public Schools, and he left the school system, and because of his craft as in terms of cabinetry making and woodworking, Mr. Vereen established a very successful business, and his son, at least two of your brother and you, continued. So we're talking here about, when we say successful business, we're not talking just, it is in a way mom and pop, but it's not mom and pop. It is actually a very successful commercial business. And to my left is Millard Levette. We have two generations here. And he grew up in Catalina Park neighborhood, which is on the west side of Eatonville. He actually was a student of mine when he attended Valencia Community College. And I have a great deal of regard for him because he came through when the state of Florida required that after you got your associate's degree, you had to take a test, I think it was called the class test, to show that you actually could do the work. And part of that class test was writing. Now, I want to start by saying this. I did not know as a student that you could actually drop a class until I was in graduate school. That's just how obedient a generation that we came. Whatever the teacher said, that's what you did, okay? And so as I was teaching at Valencia, and I was doing this, as they say, on the mommy track, I was teaching expository writing. And I wondered why it was that almost every assignment I gave, as I issued the assignment, there was this back and forth about, people were trying to just negotiate the assignment. And I hadn't been in the classroom in a couple of decades, so I didn't realize what had happened. But someone said, well, Mrs. Nathiri, we have to work, we have to do this, we have to do that. So that's fine. If you have to work, you have to work. But you are not going to be able to work a 40-hour job and then say you can only do so. Sorry. So at any rate, I really enjoyed I enjoyed a very fine reputation because I usually would miss. I mean, I would drop easily a third of the class. And so I told them, if you stuck it out, you would pass the class test. You absolutely would. But you're going to have to do the writing. How else can you know how to do that? I say all of that to say that Mr. Levette was a writer. He really, he knows how to parse the language. This is just, so I've always had a great deal of respect for him and very pleased to know that he actually, as we say, is an Eatonville product. So what we want to do today is just to talk about the Eatonville that we know, and to give a sense of, because of our experience, and that means these gentlemen's experience, what that says in a larger context. So Nathaniel Vereen, if you will go ahead and start with whatever moves you.
First, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm the son of Nathaniel Vereen Sr. We moved here in '54. I was about 6 years old. This town was dirt roads and businesses. Catalina was getting getting built up back in then also. This town means a lot to me. I've only been away from it a few years to go to college and the service. Then I got out of service to help my father in business. I wasn't living here, but my business was here. Then my father became mayor here. Young, I didn't want no parts of politics. Still don't. The reason I'm here now is because of history. In the audience, do you know what history is? It was explained to me back at Hungerford years ago. That's his story. Huh? If somebody looks at me and want to do history on me, you can't do it if you don't know me. You can't tell somebody how they should live, where they should live, if you don't know them. Then you can help them. And that's what's happening here in Eatonville today. Everybody knows the history of Eatonville, but no one knows the people of Eatonville. We have, back in the day, we had businesses. We had youth opportunities for the youth. Football, baseball, basketball, for the citizens. All that's gone. Eatonville had its own fire department, had its own judicial system, had its own, you have to forgive, my mind doesn't work as fast as it used to. But we had everything going for us here in the town. I may skip around a little bit, but that's the way it goes. In the town of Eatonville, we had service station back then. Now, Mac Robinson. Now, I'm going to tell you a little something about me. Don't too many people know. I would come to school and I'd stop by Mac Robinson and buy a few things. One day, I didn't have quite enough money. So I took me a candy bar. I got in the car, opened up the candy bar. My dad asked me, "Where did you get that from?" I'm looking, The next question was, did you pay for it? No. Got out the car, took me inside, paid for the candy bar, and said, "No, you don't do that." Miss Robinson, out of goodness of her heart, said, "It's all right." And that messed my dad up. You know how I know? 'Cause he cursed. That's when I knew he was serious. Don't take nothing that's not yours. Children these days do not get that type of instruction. From school, from home, even from streets. All that was located in this town. You got that here. Then my dad put me to work. I started working, sanding little stuff when I was 12 years old. Other kids went out enjoying themselves. They asked me, "What you doing?" "I'm gonna be working." So I'm very deep rooted here in this town. And what I'm not glad to see is there are no businesses here. And where business is, that's where your strength is. I learned economics from Hungerford. And it always said, the more times are intimate is used in its own surrounding, the stronger it gets. If every cent in your house goes out, you're going to have a weak house. In order to have a strong house, you got to have something coming in and something staying there. Everything now is going out. So we need people that are interested in helping. Eatonville needs to help the people of Eatonville get their own, not trying to give them something. We will work for what we want, but you have to give us a chance and help. I know everybody's heard this. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for what? Day. Teach him how to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. And that's what I'm looking for Eatonville now. Is for you to help the citizens stand on their own. That's it.
Mr. Levere?
Good afternoon, everybody. Not nice to start the afternoon without saying good afternoon to everybody. Again, I'm Millard Levat, Jr. I'm from Catalina Park. I got my name from my dad. My dad's originally from Macon, Georgia. His grandfather came to the United States from France as a merchant. So my last name, he was the first one in the United States with my last name, the surname Levat. And he only had one son. That was Jim. Jim was my grandfather. Jim had 23 kids. And yeah, that's for real. And my dad left home at 13 years old, came to Florida because he heard money was growing on trees. He said when he got here, he realized he was talking about picking oranges.
That's it.
So he came down And that's how he made his living. And, you know, he went through what he went through, but eventually he met my mom. And my mom's family from my father, my granddad, her father was from Lakeland and Tampa area. They were the Joyners, Joyner, because there's two sets of them in Eatonville. There's the J-O-I, then the J-O-Y, the Joyners. And they moved. I'm not exactly what year my grandmother and my mom that moved to. My grandmother she moved to Eatonville first in Catalina Park in a little Jim Walters home, like what they call those shotgun houses back in the days. They call it shotgun because you could shoot from the front door to the back door and don't hit nothing, just go on through. But they moved. She moved to Eatonville because she had to leave Winter Park. Because my grandmother, my mom, and one of my other aunts, they beat up the chief of police for Winter Park about her chickens. True story. For years, my daddy would say that, and I thought he was just being funny because him and my mom divorced. Until somebody says to me, "Oh, that's one of them Jordan boys there. Yeah, his mama done beat up the chief of police." I said, that was a true story about those chickens. So they moved to Eatonville. And I was glad to be born in Eatonville. I've always felt blessed to be born when I was, where I was. I always felt very fortunate about that. In my blood somewhere when I didn't go to the black elementaries and stuff like some of my older brothers and stuff, because by this time they had started to busing us to the white school. So I didn't go to Hungerford. I went to Lake Western. And it was still a lot of rampant racism and everything back then. But I learned back then one thing that made everybody equal was the almighty dollar. I guess the sales was in, I don't know, it's just something I picked up because by the time I was in the 5th grade, I was already going to the corner store, which leads to him talking about our businesses. I go to the corner store, which was Dave Paul, right outside of Catalina on the corner. And I buy candy and bubble gum, Hubba Bubble, Bubblicious, candy bars and stuff, and I take it back to school and sell it to the little white kids because they couldn't get to the corner store to get all the junk food that we was able to get. So when their parents gave them lunch money to buy lunch every week, they were spending it on my bubble gum. So, but you know, racism, hatred, I ain't gonna say racism, hatred and dislike and stuff like that, and even love, these are all things that are taught. Yeah. These are taught, because before I ever went to school, I heard conversations in my house about the difference between white and black. And then when I got to school, then I already had a mindset towards people that I didn't even know. They had a mindset towards me that they didn't know me. Like Mr. Vereen said, you have to actually get to know a person. I've talked to so many people when I was working at the museum, at the ZORA University Museum, the Third gave me an opportunity to do that for a while. And people would say, I ride through Eatonville and I feel so sorry for the people. I say, why? I ride through it, it just seems like it's behind time. I said, why? How? Well, there are no new buildings. And I said, oh. I said, do you know anybody from Eatonville? No. But then how can you feel sorry for the people of Eatonville? What you see now is not indicative of what Eatonville really actually is. I don't know how and where it went, but some kind of way because we had the Tiger gas station, Mac Robinson, Mr. Roy owned his laundromat. Dave Paul had the corner store. Mr. Thornton, who was my next door neighbor, actually owned that building that he had his corner store in. Miss Ward. Anybody? I look around, I don't really see Miss Ward. Oh my terrible goodness. Still right now to this day, the best hamburger ever. I ever ate Miss Ward's. And I haven't had Miss Ward hamburger since the 80s, because that's probably about when she closed down, 88, 89. But she could easily have a franchise. Her food was so good. We had our own restaurants. I was always proud to be from Eatonville. We went to Edgewater, or the people from Winter Park who thought they were above us because they lived in Winter Park called us Hooterville. Y'all from Hooterville, going back to Hooterville. But y'all can't whoop us from Hooterville because we always went over to Winter Park and whoop them up. But it was always, and it was funny because this side of town, the east side, they would rival against the west side of town, Catalina, our side of town, but when somebody came from somewhere else, we all managed to meet up in the middle and go handle our business. I was always proud to be from Eatonville. Deacon Jones was from Eatonville. Anybody familiar with Deacon Jones? Sack Master. They named the sack after him. He's from Eatonville. Hall of Fame. We got a Super Bowl coming up next weekend. Yeah, some boy from Eatonville got something to say about KC. You ain't know he was from Eatonville, Jalen Carter, did you? Yeah, his grandmother named Joanne Austin lived right down the road there. He got this good water in him. Jalen Carter, he got something to say about what KC gonna do. But I'm just saying, Clinton Dix, who played for the Green Bay Packers and the Washington Redskins. Elroy Harris, who played for the Seattle Seahawks. Chucky Atkins, who played for the Orlando Magic, Detroit Pistons. All of these people from Eatonville. They told me once when I sold Kirby vacuum cleaner, I continued, when I even wrote, I wrote it, I probably should have wrote some books, but I got into a business called Kirby Vacuums, and I sold these expensive vacuum cleaners, and I was good at it too. But that's because I took the time to learn how to be a professional salesman. Now you could go to the hospital or to the maternity ward and look and see, you'll see baby girls and baby boys. You won't see no baby doctors, no baby salespeople, just baby girls and baby boys. All these things have to be taught and learned. So I took the time to learn to be a really great professional salesman, and I was good at it because I learned to tell the truth. And I wasn't good at lying anyway, because my mama would always know when I was lying. I said, Mama, when I was about 12, I said, how you always know when I'm not telling you the truth? She says, your eyes, baby. You can't look at Mama when you lying. So all these things I learned, and I learned it because I was always proud to be from Eatonville. I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like I can live anywhere in the United States and do very well, make a living as a professional salesman. But I choose to live in Eatonville. I choose to live in Catalina Park. The house my dad got from my mama, I still live there. I could live anywhere in Orange County, but I love living in Eatonville. I'm proud to be from Eatonville. Let me read you something real quick. This is from January 22nd, 1889, from the weekly newspaper called the Eatonville Speaker. Eatonville, Florida, the nation's oldest black incorporated municipality. It reads like this: colored people of the United States solved the great race problem by securing a home in Eatonville, Florida, a Negro city governed by Negroes. Eatonville, Orange County, Florida is situated 6 miles north of Orlando, the county seat of Orange County, 2 miles north of Winter Park, and a half-mile north of Park House Station and places that are noted winter resorts. Winter Park being the location of the famed Seminole Hotel during the years between 1875 and 1877. An effort was made by Allen Rickett and J.E. Clark and another colored man to purchase land for the purpose of establishing a colony for colored people. But so great was the prejudice then existing against the Negro that no one would sell the land for such a purpose. In 1883, Lewis Lawrence, who came to Maitland in 1875 from Utica, New York, came to the rescue by purchasing the land of which is now the town of Eatonville, named after Mr. Eaton. Mr. Lawrence, who at once built them a church and several cottages, gave them a chance to pay for the same on easy payments. Tony Taylor and Allen Rickett were the first to take up their residence in Eatonville, and 6 years have passed, and today Eatonville is an incorporated city between 200 and 300 population with a mayor, board of aldermen, and all the necessary adjuncts of a full-fledged city. I'm gonna read that part again. And all the necessary adjuncts of a full-fledged city, all colored and not a white family in the whole city. I always found that to be quite remarkable. Why? Because they always said black people can't work together. Black people don't do this, black people don't do that. Obviously not in Eatonville, because they came together and started this town. They didn't just start the town, that wasn't enough. They incorporated. That's the big difference. We incorporated. And like Zora wrote in her book, I'm from a colored town. Not just a little colored town on the outside of a city, I'm talking about from a colored town where they govern themselves. And they didn't think that it could be done. Now, I can write, but my math a little bit off. How many hundreds, what we at, about 135 years now? Somewhere thereabout. And we're still here? That in itself makes me proud to be from Eatonville. And right now, we still have our own government. And I'm proud to say it's even a woman mayor. And she is good. And she works hard. And I think that we're going to make some progress here very soon. I'm proud to be in affiliation with Mr. Theory. Since 2022, I think that must have been the year 22. She had taken me to some events with her, and I learned some things still. She's my college professor still. She don't even know, she teaching me all these things and taking me places and learning about grants and learning about the arts and how it goes. This is all a big deal to me. Even when I was taking her class, I was taking a humanities course at Valencia, humanities and religion, and I was also taking an architecture course. Let me tell you something, man. These big old ugly apartment buildings, that they got no design, they got no class, they got no taste. Eatonville is unique. If you're gonna build something in Eatonville, it needs to be unique. Not look like everybody else, those cookie cutter houses. It needs to be unique. So if you're gonna come to Eatonville talking about helping to Eatonville, like Mr. Vereen said, learn about the people of Eatonville. His dad, we always thought the Vereens were real rich. You know, we thought they were real rich. They had that cabinet shop, and, they lived right there on the main road and everything. They had their own building because, that's another building, that's another business that was from here. And get to know people. Get to know people from me to Jake or Pete who walked the street, from the highest to the lowest. Get to know people. Find out his story, find out history, his story, find out about it. Find out about us. We're not like everybody else. We don't need big giant apartment buildings that you can't even see nothing anymore. You can't even, I don't know how Maitland and Winter Park with such beautiful towns let them put those huge gaudy buildings up there. But I guess that's just what it is. But I love Eatonville. I'm proud to be from Eatonville. Yeah, I plan on this is it for me.
So both of you have identified what we sometimes call one of the anchors, the civic pride, the family. And what I'd like to have you do is to, each of you to talk a little bit about what you, growing up as a child in Eatonville, in terms of your family, in church or your community. In other words, what was what stands out for you as you are at this age?
Education. I graduated in '66. I think I was in 9th or 10th grade. We got some new books. New books. People done wrote all in them and had the pages all turned down. Thing. Boy, we were proud to get those books. Anyone under the age of 50, do you know what DNA stands for? Anybody in the audience? Do you know what a helix ladder is?
First question was, do you know what DNA means?
Yeah, you hear it on TV all the time. What's your DNA? DNA is diagnostic. Wait a minute, let me get it right now. Nucleic acid, which I learned back then from Hungerford. I wanted, when the astronauts went up, I had more NASA stuff than I think NASA had. And I learned one thing back then. When you're in 9th, 10th grade, you can be anything you want to if you got a willing mind to learn. I look at the athletes on TV. Half of them can't even talk. And I always ask myself, what is money if you don't know what to do with it? My dad always told me, a deal ain't a deal if it's something you can't use. So In my growing up, I learned about business from the people I was around. My uncle was a fruit man. I had another uncle that owned a store here in Eatonville. And I was running a cabinet shop, and my daddy was in construction. Think about the building there on the corner. I wanted it to be the best in Eatonville. Everything I dealt with, I wanted it to be the best. I was doing my cabinets. Out of all my years, I got one complaint. And it wasn't about my job. It was about what somebody did when they came in after me. My father did work all over Florida. You see in the book, the Conference of Black Mayors, he was an officer in that. He tried to do more for Eatonville than Eatonville would allow. We're now going through some changes about what Eatonville should become, but that was already mapped out. Years ago. After he passed, the county and every town around here changed about Eatonville because it lacked a little of leadership which he provided. Now, not downrate, but anytime you get a company to come into Eatonville and say, these are the things that we're going to bring into Eatonville, it was mapped out where town hall was going to be. We were working on getting a postal system. We had all garbage, fire, police, judicial. I mean, what else could you ask for? Minority business is officer in that. As a matter of fact, a lot of black contractors were then being bought to get their licenses because what he brought to the table. And so there's some things that people don't know about Eatonville today that stay in Eatonville because they don't know his story.
I think growing up had a couple of different eras that made it unique. Okay, like living in Catalina Park, this is January, so we're about to be in February. So the Central Florida Fair is coming to town. We got to be in our teenage years. The parents wouldn't give you their money no more to go to the fair. You had to go out and get your own money. So a lot of our families did the migrant work, the picking the oranges, the orange grove. Like I said, my daddy ended up being a contractor, so we would get together. We have to go to the orange grove. And then in Catalina, it was the Davis family, the Claytons, and the Joiners. We had the biggest family, so we always had to go to the orange grove. But going out there with your friends, and we would, we would have, sometimes we'd be out there doing more mischief than we was working until our parents got on us, throwing oranges at each other. And my daddy said, wait a minute, boy, you throwing my money around. But yeah, going to the Orange Grove and learning from an age like that and how to become responsible, to go out and earn a dollar the right way. Like when Mr. Vereen said, his daddy said, a deal ain't a deal if it ain't no good to you. Well, my dad always said, an even swap ain't no swindle. So, you know, if you do an honest day's work, you get an honest day's pay, then, you know, that's just what it is. That was the teenage years. I loved my teenage years growing up, going to Edgewater High School. And I guess one of the reasons I was good at writing because I always kind of liked grammar. I always, from when I was younger, before I always was taught about the prepositional phrases and dangling participles, and I remembered all that stuff, the phony bads, why you use a comma for or, nor, but, yeah, and also, I still remember all these things. So when I wrote, because it was a competition thing for me in school, I didn't want the white kids to be smarter than me. So I had to take time to learn and read because from back then, a lot of times our parents, my dad could read, but he only had like a third grade education. He could read, but the way they spoke, it didn't, you know, the pronunciation of the words were different. I remember my mom saying about her car one time, I got to get a Volga regulator put on her. I kept saying to myself, what the hell is a Volga regulator? But it was a voltage regulator, which is nowadays the same thing as an alternator. But I was just saying, but they didn't say things in words like that, and I didn't like getting picked at. So I learned to pronounce word, the enunciation, and to learn to write, when to use the comma, and certain things. And I liked those years growing up too. But one of my favorite parts is also the Eatonville recreation. Every summer we had what we called a recreation. And back then we didn't even call it a recreation, we called it a recreation. We're gonna go to the recreation. I'm gonna get some new socks and everything, man, and go to the recreation. That's when the whole town goes to Hungerford, Wymore Gym. At the time it was called Wymore. And we played checker pool, bumper pool, basketball, kickball, softball, and eventually we got us a swimming pool, and the whole time, I mean, it was a real community thing. And they didn't have beepers and cell phones back then. So how do your parents know by the time you did something up here, and by the time you got there, you done got 3 whoopings? Well, I heard you've been being bad. Get on back down to the house. I'm sorry, midnight. I'm sorry. Get home. What you crying for? Miss Nada whooped me. What she whoop you for? I can't. You ain't gonna embarrass me out there. That's what my mom, that was her holy grail. Don't go out there to embarrass me. That was her holy grail. Don't embarrass me. And don't have the white people call me on my job because you out there embarrassing me. We gonna call your mama. Oh, that's all right. No, don't call my mama. I take the paddle. I take the paddle. Don't call my mom. Not on her job. I take the paddle. But it was a community thing. It was a whole community love. I'm talking about the love that we had, the parents, and one thing I like about Catalina Park right now today, in our park, probably the only park in Orange County that don't have a bathroom. And we got some running water, but it's the kind that you have to run and get. But it's okay. We still got a family down there, and you can bring, we don't even know who you are. We'll recognize you, but we will get a good look at you. But you can bring your child up there and leave your child. And we'll watch your child for you. Hey, boy, hey, come back from that water. Who child is this? I don't know, that lady just left in a gray car. She living. You know a big dog? No, I don't know. I ain't never really seen her before. Oh, she need to go get her child in because we don't nobody know. But I'm saying, it's still a good community. We got love down there. And I would tell you one of the coolest things that happened to me. On Christmas, okay, I'm going to start it like this. All of my brothers have passed away. My mama had 12 children, 6 boys and 6 girls, so I'm the last of the Mohicans on the boys. I got 4 sisters living, one is in Gainesville, but they don't really live around here no more. They got too sophisticated to stay in Eatonville. Let them tell it. But from 2 doors down, I have a new neighbor. They're Mexican. And they came and knocked on my door on Christmas. And I'm like, who the hell is this knocking on my door on Christmas time? I don't know about knocking on my door. Don't they know I just like to be by myself now on Christmas? So I opened the door. Hola. Buenos dias. I said, Feliz Navidad. He said, Merry Christmas. I said, oh, you speak English too? But it's a Mexican family. They bought me a little bitty baby jar with some candy in it that said Merry Christmas. I still got that jar. It don't got no value. Only the value they got to me is that these people thought enough of me to bring me a present. And I just thought that was groovy. And they don't know me, I don't know them, but he introduced himself, him and his wife. He's an electrician, I'm a salesman, we know that much, we speak. And, but I think that's because we're in Eatonville. I think that's because we're right here in Eatonville. Like I said, I remember this being a thriving town. It was dirt roads when I was growing up too. My address was Route 2 Block 606. Now it's 330 Campus View, but growing up it was Route 2 Block 606. And our mail came from Lockhart. So down on the west side of town, our address said Orlando because our mail came from Lockhart, but we're still from Eatonville. But I remember those times like that. My grandmother and my mom have always been staples in the Catalina Park. They fed everybody. My mama would never turn you down if you came to her house hungry. She wouldn't let you sit on her furniture with shorts on, but she'll feed you. She fed all, and having all the children she had, she birthed 12, but she probably had about 35. Because every brother got 3 friends that's gonna come hang out, and and the girls got friends that's coming to hang out. And I always wondered why on Fridays, on Campus View right there, it always got real crowded right there on Fridays, where our house is, the Haynes. But everybody hung out in front of my mama's house on Fridays. Because every Friday my mama was coming home with a station wagon full of groceries. Everybody be quick to say, oh, we'll help you take that in, Miss Jordan. We'll help you take that in, Miss Jordan. And she'd always say, June, put on a pot of hot dogs for Rosa. Put on this, and everybody sitting around eating, going in and out eating. And listen, for everything else it's MasterCard, but for that it's priceless. Everything else is MasterCard. So growing up in Catalina Park, the Haynes family, the Claytons, the Davis, the Atkins, the Johnsons, Catherine Street, Campus View, Green End. But still, when it all was said and done, we were all one big community. We all loved each other. We hung out. We looked out for each other. And like I always say, that's just what it is. So I guess my teenage years probably were my best years at Eatonville. I loved, the teenage years.
So why don't we we only have a few minutes left. Is there anyone who would like to ask something specific of either of these gentlemen? Anyone who'd like to make a comment? This is just a bit of storytelling, just a bit of.
Oh, it's up there. Can you also share your story?
Really, my mother's sister and her two children, I grew up with my first cousins, Sylvia and Theta. And for some reason, well, the reason was the electricity, the stove, the gas was cut off. And I will always remember that one of the best meals that I had as a child was the cabbage, the cornbread, the fried chicken that was all prepared over the pit because there was no gas. But what they did was to fix us a very good dinner. I remember family. And family, extended family. In other words, living together with my grandmother. As I look back, it actually was a matriarchy. My parents married and divorced twice. And my mother was very, very careful to make sure that we knew my father's family. And I remember once, they were in Orlando. They were doing something, and they had not let her know. And she said, "I divorced Harry. I didn't divorce this family." And she took great exception. And after that, we were so family has meant a great deal to me. I think that what you're hearing here is about security, about a personal security that this community has provided, and a kind of confidence, frankly, that really comes out of that security. Zora Neale Hurston talks about, in Eatonville, you got what your strengths brought you. In other words, there was no artificiality in terms of externals like race. There's a kind of, Julian Chambliss, Dr. Julian Chambliss talks about Eatonville as a kind of brigadoon. There is something about this place that you hear, and it's an unabashed expression of love for this community. People will say that without any hesitation. So that's a bit of my story. But I do want to. I'm hoping that this was not too. How do you say? In other words, this was just sharing a couple of stories, so that you could get a sense of the spirit of the community. And I think that these gentlemen really did. That they really did do that. So, Dr. French, I know that we are looking at time, and if there's no comment, we'll turn this over.
I don't just want to keep the dream alive. That was Martin Luther King Jr.'s vision. I want to have my own dreams. I don't want a seat at the table. I want to make my own table for fear of eating of the master's crumbs. I don't want equal justice. I want equal difference, the right to be me. This is my hope and prayer for Eatonville. Now my extended family. Whereas I may be that wayward child, that hobo, that nomad, whereas I may be all these things and more, Eatonville has invited me into its home. Eatonville has offered me grace with its warm embrace and fed me with its nourishing and extraordinarily delicious meal, entertained me with its exceptional talent, subsidized my education through an engagement with some of the superiors in the world of academia, and offered me the opportunity to meet the rest of the family. Martin Luther King would be proud, but he would urge us to make new dreams while we keep the dream alive. ZORA would lend us a pen, or nowadays perhaps an iPhone, and engage us to be that spectator on the porch, our own new porch that we have built, and write new stories in new spaces and of all faces. And the spirits of Eatonville will whisper ever so wistfully, and we should listen. They will direct us to erect new monuments as we cherish the old ones and keep them polished and brilliant. We, to mind and curate our museum as we clear out or revive neglected spaces in order to refurbish and rebuild tangible structures and bring our vibrant imagination alive through the implementation of new tools and new weapons of mass construction. It is in this way that we control our destiny. In this way, we provide a proud future for our children and all the children of the future. In this way, we empower ourselves with diversity, equity, and exclusivity. In this way, we make our ancestors proud. In this way, we make ourselves proud. In this way, we make God proud.
Thank you.
I just want to thank the panelists. Thank you so much for what a lovely way to end our conference. It was just brought it all together. And I want to thank all of you for being with us for part or all of this 3-day event exploring place and placemaking. It's year 1 of a 5-year cycle, so we will next year have another, and it will always be a little different. As you know, if you've been, we always have a new approach, a new way of putting together the program in collaboration with our community partner, the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community. I'm, of course, representing the University of Central Florida. I'm very grateful to our team in the back, Katerina and Jesse. They are I don't think they're in the room here with us, but they've been quietly behind the scenes, making sure everything is running smoothly. I'm so grateful to our panelists, several of whom are in the room here today. Namada Blyden from the University of Virginia came all the way down here. Claire Hines, who is not here today, but it has been with us from the start, all the way from England to participate. My colleagues on the academics committee, also panelists. There's Trent Domingo, Walter Grayson, Julian Chambliss, and so many others who are part of this and are here in spirit. And I want to thank our hosts, the St. Lawrence African Methodist Episcopal Church, Councilwoman Randolph, who has been with us from the minute we walked in here and asked, can we do this? Will this work? And it did. And it's a wonderful place to think about place and placemaking. It's sacred and historic, and it's the beginning, really, in many ways, of the story of Eatonville, preceding by 6 years the founding of the incorporated town of Eatonville. And just to have all of you here as part of this, we have guests who have been contributing. Dr. Simone, I didn't catch your last name again. Davis has been here with us every session, asking amazing questions, and that is, and Beverly, is that your name as well? You are from Miami doing public humanities, and you've been asking great questions and taking notes, and all of this has been recorded. We make, and Dr. Nathiri always insists that it must be recorded, and my dean insists it must be recorded because we have to reach more people who could not be here. So, our guiding star, Dr. N.Y. Nathiri, she is always driving us forward and insisting on excellence without excuses. And with that, unless anyone else has anything to say, I do want to say one thing. There is an evaluation that Visit Orlando asks folks to fill out. I don't know that we have that QR code, but if we have your, it is there. It's like magic. This is how well planned this is. That appeared by magic. I don't know how that happened. Please fill that out. It's very important for PEC in terms of grant writing and getting support every year to show that people are getting a wonderful, rich experience from this. And you can also, I believe you're eligible for a 2-night complimentary stay at a theme park, a Loft theme park, or at the Doubletree Hilton by the entrance to Universal Orlando. So there's real incentive to fill this out. So please do. And I'll say that also to the people who are watching from anywhere. Now, with that, I would say thank you all so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you this weekend at the festival. Please take part in the street festival, all kinds of wonderful things. ZORAfestival.org has the full schedule. And I think that's it. Thank you all for coming.